Hello, hello. Microphone testing. Hello, 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 hello.
We remain standing for the parliamentary prayer. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society, good of all human lives upon it, agenda item number 2 on the order paper, the East African Community audited accounts for the financial year ended 30th June 2017. Report of the Committee on Accounts on the East African audited accounts for the financial year ended 30th June 2017. Resumption of business interrupted on 2nd October 2018.
Honorable members, I think you may note that we have 2 items today on the order paper. One is likely to take much longer time than the other. So I wanted to invoke the powers under Rule 16, Sub-Rule 6, to rearrange the order paper such that the item I consider shorter comes first and the longer item comes next, because this one may spill over to another day. So can you read the next item?
Agenda item number 2 in the order paper, seeking leave to introduce a private member's bill. Motion, this assembly do resolve to grant leave to the Honorable Abdul Kadir Omar Aden to introduce a private member's bill entitled the East African Community Financial Management Bill. By way of motion.
Including strategic planning.
Honorable Abdikadir, I think you need to move in a brief manner so that the motion can be seconded first before you present it.
I stand guided, Honorable Speaker. Then I beg to seek the leave of the House in introducing a motion for the resolution of seeking leave for the Assembly to introduce an East Africa Community Finance Management Bill. I beg to move.
Thank you. Seconders, Honorable Kasamba, Honorable Claude, Honorable Dr. Ngwaru, and all the members standing. You can now proceed to present the motion and justify.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Whereas Chapter 28 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community provides for financial matters relating to the community, and whereas public finance management comprises all components of the budget process, both upstream, including strategic planning, medium-term expenditure framework, annual budgeting, and downstream, including revenue management, procurement, control, accounting, reporting, monitoring, and evaluation, and audits and oversight, recognizing that Article 135 of the treaty empowers the Council of Ministers to make financial rules and regulations for the community, and in 2012 the Council made and issued the EAC financial rules and regulations, which are currently applicable to the finances of the community. Aware that in addition to the financial rules and regulations issued by the Council, the Assembly enacted the EAC Budget Act 2009 to provide for the budgeting process in accordance with Article 132 of the treaty, further recognizing that good public finance management systems are important for democratic governance, macroeconomic stability, effective use of available resources, can foster effectiveness in allocation of resources, and help prevent corruption and fraud. Concerned that both the Budget Act and the financial rules and regulations of the community do not adequately provide for the entire public finance management cycle, and the gaps in the finance management system of the community are breeding ground for misallocation and misuse of the resources of the community. Mindful that a reform of effective public finance management systems, processes, and institutions is critical to maximizing the efficient use of limited public resources, creates the highest level of transparency and accountability in management of finances, and gives confidence to development partners to contribute and support development initiatives of any community or its institutions. Recognizing that Article 49(1) of the treaty provides for the Assembly as the legislative organ of the community, which enacts the legislations of the community by means of bills debated and passed by the Assembly. Aware that the Committee on General Purpose of the Assembly has recommended to this Assembly to enact a comprehensive Community Finance Management Act. Further aware that under Article 59(1) of the treaty, any member may propose any motion or introduce any bill in the Assembly. Recognizing that Rule 64(5) of the Rules of Procedures of the Assembly requires that a private member's bill shall be introduced first by way of motion, to which shall be attached the proposed draft of the bill. Now therefore be it resolved by the Assembly as follows: that in accordance with Article 49(1) and 59(1) of the treaty and Rules 64(5) of the Rules of Procedures of the Assembly, the Assembly grants leave to Honorable Abdikadir Omar Aden to introduce an East African Community Finance Management Bill to provide for a comprehensive public finance management system of the community. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Aden. Do you want to add any additional comments in the process of justifying?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for granting me that opportunity, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in very briefly, I just want to say, thank you, that the treaty that establishes the East African Community under Article 6D, one of the fundamental principles of the treaty is that of good governance and accountability. This particular bill of mine, Honorable Speaker, which I propose, because this community is now almost going towards 20 years in age. But unfortunately, till this day, this community, the use of the resources of the community, do not have a substantive law that governs its use. The only thing that is in place is what is called financial rules and regulations, which were made by the Council as required under the treaty. Nonetheless, because of the growth, the continuing growth of the community in size, in terms of organs. Just yesterday, Right Honourable Speaker, we created an institution. In one of our previous sittings, we created, and the institution we created this time are institutions moving us towards the...
I'm sorry for interruption. It seems like microphones were not working before. Is the Hansard okay? Is it okay? You didn't miss anything? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was on the point that the community continues to grow in size, and it also continues to grow in resources. Not only is this House required to oversight the budget which we have just passed recently, but I just want to pick one example. Not too long ago, a few weeks back, we celebrated that the African Development Bank, which is a potential partner, gave us $2 billion to be used for projects in the EAC. I'm just citing that as just one of the examples of the growth of resource of the community. Right Honourable Speaker, this particular bill of mine, unlike other bills passed by the House, is not a bill that is intended to govern the public finance management of member states. No, this is for our own resources as a community, our organs and institutions. It's a substantive law that will now supersede the financial rules and regulations. In all our member states, the good practice is that you have a substantive law, then you have rules and regulations that now support and give details for the implementation of that particular law. Right Honourable Speaker, our partner states, my country, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and in the best of my research, even Rwanda, have all recently undertaken a substantive reform in their financial management laws, not too long ago, most of the countries. And now they have a very comprehensive pieces of legislations that properly govern the use of public resources. This bill is a way to use that example of that broad-based reforms in terms of management of financial resources, and I'm saying that 18 years old, our institution now need not necessarily be anchored on rules and regulations, but by a substantive law following the footpath of our member states. The donors who are coming to us, increasingly day by day, will be more comfortable to know that the resources they make available to the community will be governed by a substantive legislation which is oversighted by Parliament. And therefore, that will encourage them to continue, to be able to continue to give more and more resources for the developments which the people of East Africa highly need. The EAC, Right Honourable Speaker, has recently been ranked as one of the best RECs, best performing regional corporations in Africa. This is something to be proud about. It's a great thing, and I congratulate the leadership of the EAC, the summit, the council, our Secretary General heading the Secretariat, and all the organs, and of course Eala, all the organs that make up the EAC for earning us this very good reputation. We need to stand by that standard. We now need to move from being governed by regulations and to be governed by substantive legislations with regards to our financial resources. Right Honourable Speaker, the financial rules and regulations that we have now has come a long way in managing and governing our financial matters. But it has a lot of imperfections. I wouldn't take all the time now to mention all of them, but I'll just cite a few. This Act, Regulation 18.4 of this particular financial rules and regulations, is in direct contradiction with the Budget Act 2009 of this House. Whereas the Budget Act talks of, allow me to refer to that particular regulation, Right Honourable Speaker. This regulation 18.4 talks of the Council. The Council shall finally submit the budget of the community to the Assembly by the 31st of May of the financial year. This is in direct contradiction with the Act, which contrary to this says by the 30th of April of that financial year. And there are many more contradictions of this particular rules and regulations with the Budget Act. And the Budget Act so far is the only other law that exists, or is the only substantive law of this House that actually exists in terms of at least seeing some element of the budgeting process of the, for the resources of the EAC. This particular legislation that I am proposing will encompass holistically from end to end, budget to use. So it is going to be a comprehensive piece of legislation. Right Honourable Speaker, Regulation 6, which is my last example on this particular rules and regulations, requires that the Secretary, this is Regulation 6, requires the Secretary General to interpret this particular law, this particular rules and regulations. The treaty recognizes rightfully the Secretary General to be the accounting officer of the community. So what governs him? There is no law below the treaty. The only other level that we have is the rules and regulations that were made by the Council. But again, unfortunately, one of the imperfections inbuilt in here is that it's been given to the accounting officer who otherwise this law should be oversighting to now interpret the law. It's an imperfection. Can't work. This particular proposal that I am bringing forth, Right Honourable Speaker, will go a long way in removing these particular issues and will now, for the first time, bring to life a substantive piece of legislation which I believe will be for the betterment of for the governance of finances of our community. I need not say much at this stage, Right Honourable Speaker. There's going to be a lot of deliberation at different levels and finally on the floor of this House on this particular piece of legislation. But those in brief are my justifications as to why I move this member's bill. I beg to move, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Aden. Honourable members, the motion on the floor is that this Assembly do resolve to grant leave to Honourable Abdikadir Omar Aden to introduce a private member's bill entitled the East African Community Finance Management Bill. Debate is open. Honourable Rose, what is it?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, this motion for the request from a member to introduce a private member's bill was specifically seconded by members, and in particular by Honourable Dongo here in writing. And procedurally, if he has anything to say, I believe this is the right time for him, and then we follow suit. And that is if we members have anything to say, really. Otherwise, we have all seconded. That's a good idea, and it should be granted leave. Right Honourable Speaker, I was just seeking guidance from you.
Yes, you are right, Honourable Rose. The seconder is given a priority to contribute during the debate. But if he doesn't want to speak to it, it's not mandatory. It's not mandatory. So the seconder can try to catch the eye of the speaker if he is interested. Honourable Dongo.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this motion. Right Honourable Speaker, first I would like to register my congratulations to the Minister who was sworn in here yesterday from the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Ngaru, Dr. Mbaru, Dr. Dumbaru. My colleague here is already celebrating. Secondly, I would like also to congratulate the Republic of South Sudan. And Right Honourable Speaker, I will seek to be cleared by your office to formally move a motion in this House a few days to come to formally congratulate the Republic of South Sudan for the historic signing of that accord and the subsequent celebrations. You could see the pouring of emotions from the South Sudanese yesterday, and indeed that really captured the spirit of our community. Right Honourable Speaker, the accountability framework of the East African community confers stewardship role to Eala on management of public resources. And there is no better way to discharge that responsibility than by having an EAC Financial Management Act. Right Honourable Speaker, power is nothing without control. And of all manifestations of power, restraint is a very, very important virtue of power. Restraint can be impulsive, but restraint can also be induced. In this bill, we are trying to induce some level of restraint on the management of finances of this community. Right Honourable Speaker, this week, the Daily News, which is a Tanzanian newspaper, of 30th to 5th of November, had a very powerful headline, and let me quote it: EAC integration agenda on course as partners pump $500 million US. And it also quotes the Secretary General making this statement, and I want to quote verbatim: the EAC has transformed itself from a loose cooperation framework into a fast emerging, solid and dynamic regional bloc. It has also evolved strong institutions and vigorous program delivery, which are already making an impact on the economies of the region. This, to me, is a very powerful statement, but also shows that our region continues to grow exponentially in terms of the institutions, but also in terms of the finances that it attracts, not only from our partner states, but also from the development partners. And that means that we as an assembly must invest everything possible to ensure that we insulate these finances from abuse. And this is not an insinuation, Right Honourable Speaker, that actually there has been gross abuse of these resources. But it is my considered opinion that issues of public finances are not issues of goodwill. There are so many good people. And I will tell you that Adam and Eve were such a wonderful couple. they all aspired for such a wonderful world where everybody would enjoy. But they fell into temptation. And the serpent tempted. Naturally, human beings are predisposed to pursuit of self-interest, and they can only be restrained when we build very strong systems and institutions. The missing link, the missing gap in the security of our finances in this community has been that our systems, our institutional framework still has gaps that have allowed for excesses, that have allowed for hemorrhage of financial resources. Right Honourable Speaker, the Finance Management Act is a cure. The Finance Management Act is that small curve that is part of the end cycle of accountability. And I think that if this assembly stands firm, remember that there are 170 million East Africans who have placed their trust in this assembly. They have placed their trust in this community to deliver on the bigger picture of integration. Our integration agenda continues to grow. And indeed, like the mover of this motion indicated, just yesterday, we placed another plank on the pillars of integration. We passed a historic bill that provides for the supportive institutional infrastructure for the delivery of the East African Monetary Union. That places greater responsibility on the part of this assembly that has the oversight role, but also greater responsibility on the Secretariat to deliver on that promise of East Africans. This bill speaks to that promise, and this bill will go a long way in ensuring that year after year, our annual reports, audit reports, begin to reflect the aspirations of the East African people. You notice very well that we have looked at the audit reports, and they indicate hemorrhage of financial resources. Some of it not out of our intentions, but out of the systematic weaknesses, the systems weaknesses within the EAC. And this is what this bill attempts to plug. And I'm praying, Right Honourable Speaker, that this assembly does the right thing to give East Africans hope again, to ensure that the resources of this community are well managed. I beg to submit, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable members, let me remind you that this is a motion for grant of leave. We shall have time, if we grant leave, to debate the bill substantively, which means maybe we may not need to spend a lot of time on this item. Because if the bill ever comes, depending on our decision, then we shall debate the merit. Yes. Honourable Nuru, you seem to be insisting.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I don't want to debate on the bill, but I stand just to support the motion that was presented by Honourable Member. But before I do that, I want to also join my colleague in welcoming the Nakuru County Assembly, who has been the first to have made a benchmark in this community, or in Eala. Thank you, and feel at home. Secondly, Honourable Speaker, I want to thank Honourable Abdikadir for moving this motion. It is timely. We require it. And while over, the practice is that at least regulations are informed by legislations. Is a creation, they are enacted just to implement the legislation that has been put in place, because we cannot be over-legislating. So we have to have the regulation which expound on the legislation that has been put in place. Honourable Speaker, this institution of the community is growing in both. The memberships are growing, the institutions are growing, and the rules and the regulation that has been in place has served us for almost now the last 15 years. And I could say now it has really outlived its usefulness, and we require a substantive law to be put in place so that at least this vibrant young regional bloc could be able to grow. And finance is something that is at the heart of any institutions, and proper management and prudent use of those resources are very critical. So we require this law, and I stand to support that motion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Nur. So, honorable members, the motion is that this assembly do resolve to grant leave to Honorable Abdikadir Omar Aden to introduce a private member's bill entitled the East African Community Finance Management Bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Agenda item number 3 on the order paper, as rearranged, the East African Community Audited Accounts for financial year ended 30th June 2017. Report of the Committee on Accounts on the East African Community Audited Accounts for financial year ended 30th June 2017. Resumption of business interrupted on 2nd October 2018.
Honorable members, by way of recollection, I want to remind you that at the time of adjourning the debate on the motion, the chairperson of the council had already moved and justified the motion. And the committee chairperson had also presented the report of the committee. It was during the commencement of the debate that members requested postponement to subsequent sitting of the assembly to allow members have enough time to scrutinize the report such that they can debate from an informed point of view. I now call upon the chairperson of the council to update the House. Whether you are ready to resume the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to Article 134(3) and Article 49(2) of the treaty, submitted the report of the Assembly for consideration. And it is therefore important that the East African Community Audited Accounts for the financial year ended 30th June 2017, the report be adopted by this Assembly. Right Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Thank you, Chair Council. Honorable members, the motion on the floor is that the East African Community Audited Accounts for the financial year ended 30th June 2017 be adopted. Debate is open. Honorable Dr. Ann.
Right, Honorable Speaker and members of this august House, I want to add my voice in congratulating our new member, and also I welcome our guests who are visiting us. But most importantly, I want to thank the Committee on Accounts and the Chair for presenting to us a very good report. I think it makes it a lot easier to form an opinion. Right Honorable Speaker, I have very serious concerns arising from this report. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm very surprised to see this audit report having the same budgetary and governance issues as those we discussed in the audit report for the year ending 30th June 2016, which we deliberated upon in Nairobi. Right Honorable Speaker, I think it's very appropriate to request the EAC management to give us a progress report on the implementation of those detailed recommendations for improvement. Because, Right Honourable Speaker, serious inefficiencies in a system lead to serious loss of resources, and that also means that East African community is not getting the value for money. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to refer this House to page 11 of the report, the 2017 East African report, to confirm the continuation of the same problems for which the House gave recommendations. In that page, you would see that the planned budget was $106,494,898, and we had expected from partners 50 million and a little more. And out of that, what was paid by partners were just slightly over 15 million, leaving East African community with a huge deficit. And in fact, for that year, only 70 million were used. And of course, that is reflected in the activities that the management was able to undertake. And those planned activities were very serious activities that were meant to contribute to achieving the vision of the East African community. Along this line, I remember the Chair of Council had had informed us that there was an ongoing effort to look for alternative funding that would augment the efforts from the member states. And my belief was that this effort for looking for alternative means of funding was round the corner. I'm now wondering whether it has arrived, and that we can only know that if the Council can update us on what kind of progress has been made on the alternative means of funding, because what we have at hand is always resulting in deficit, even if we don't consider the leakages that Honourable Odongo was talking about. Thirdly, Right Honourable Speaker, based on this report, there is a sizable amount of EAC resources lost or are not being put in the good use because of the inherent organizational weaknesses, which are related to either few staff, there are not enough staff to carry out the planned activities, or the staff do not have the necessary capacity to undertake these planned activities, or in some cases there is a deliberate disregard to EAC Financial Regulation 2012. These are very serious things that we cannot just overlook. There is a need to address them. And you could see the need for this if you look throughout the report. My concern is the issues of weaknesses is not just limited to one institution. It is throughout the EAC institution, from the Secretariat through Eala to the other projects and institutions all over the EAC. And a lot of these problems are very serious. You find irregular reallocation of funds despite the financial rules and regulations. You find equipment bought and kept for 4 years without installation. And this is not just small money. In this particular case, it's equipment bought for a kitchen, and it's over 100,000. And it has been bought since 2014, and up to today, it has never been used. There is lack of adequate asset registry. So you don't even know where this asset, whether they're in good use or whoever has it, there is no proper registration to tell us where these resources are. And in some cases also, there are poorly or partially executed contracts, one of which is the security gap, one of which has created a security gap in the ESC premises. It was apparently procurement of some equipment that was supposed to be installed, but apparently the supplier got partially paid, but has never been able to install the equipment properly. There is irregularity in procurement of computers. The list is very, very long, and is throughout the institutions of East African Community. Right Honorable Speaker, for me, the biggest concern is that this practice has been reported in all East African institutions, which suggests that the weakness is inherent and systematic, meaning it's not going to go away unless they are addressed. My question to the Council is, when are you going to say enough is enough? And time has come to address these organizational issues comprehensively. We cannot address it by suspending a few people or dismissing people, because we really need an overhaul. We need institutional reform, Honorable Speaker, to be able to deal with institutional weaknesses. I'm very happy that today Honorable Abdelgadir introduced a very good bill, and we are all going to put our efforts to make it, to pass it as a House, and also we are going to make sure it is implemented, because as Honorable Odong says it, I think it's the cure. It's going to be the cure. As we wait for that, Honorable Speaker, I believe Council need to look at organizational reforms. And this organizational reform should introduce transparency and accountability. Even if the systems are there, there should be staff orientation and staff supervision. Some of these things, if you look at how they happen, it seems like everybody's left on their own, and nobody comes to check to find out where assets are, where resources are. And this cannot happen if you want the system to produce results. And also, I think, as you introduce reforms, there has to be rewards for those who are performing their duties well, while there should be very strong punishment for those who play around with the resources that should benefit East Africans. Right Honorable Chair, Right Honorable Speaker, my emphasis is time has come for the Council to take these reports seriously, because they are creating leakages in resources that should benefit our people. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Ann. Honorable Fancy.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the chance to add my voice on this report. This audit report that we went through it. Right Honorable Speaker, I must declare that I am member of Accounts Committee, and I've gone through this report several times. And I took the last report that we worked on and went through it several times. But the only problems that occur in the last report are the same problems that occurred in this report. I might not go into so many details on the problem that are in this report, but my problem is one, about the Audit Commission. Right Honorable Speaker, I've said it one day when we were asking the Council of Ministers questions about the East Africa Development Bank not being audited by our auditors. I said that auditor commissions, they are our representatives from our member states. They are actually the people that represent the states who saw the importance of having this community in place. But these people are very busy, very respectable back home. But unfortunately, here in East Africa, the auditor commissions are not being given that respect I think they deserve and the attention that they are supposed to be given. Normally, Auditors Commission audit the East African community and its institution for 56 days. They are here, they are available to get the details, they are available to receive the documents for verification, and so on and so forth. They start by planning how they will conduct audit, that is the entry meeting, up to the exit meeting. But to my surprise, Right Honorable Speaker, always some of the EAC departments fails to comply with this important compulsory exercise, and without any reasonable justification. I will start by a recurring query that I've observed since I became a member of Accounts Committee. That is non-implementation of the previous audit recommendation given by Auditors Commission. This query has been reoccurring since the audit report of 2014-2015, in which non-implementation of the audit recommendation was by 25%. And for 2015-2016 report, non-implementation was by 44%. A good example, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, just in this audit report, just go to page 15 of 142 management letter on EAC Secretariat, which talks about gaps in asset register. When you go to paragraph 2, second line says, these matters was reported in the previous year management letter, but the audit recommendation has not been implemented. This proves that the department within East African Secretariat, they don't care. They don't even worry about the importance of the Audit Commission, Auditors General, recommending something to them. And second issue, Right Honorable Speaker, that also prove that the East African community and East institution does not respect the Auditors Commission is failure to provide document to Audit Commission during the audit process. We all know, we all have been audited in one way or another in our previous jobs. We know the auditors, when they come, ask questions and ask for a document for verification, we must provide the document. But this is not the case in East African community. Since the Accounts Committee started dealing with audited report, this has been one of the chronic issues. And when you ask, why don't you provide the document during the audit process, they don't have any answer. They just there, I mean, without any good answer. Right Honorable Speaker, but when we sit in accounts committee with auditors and department from East African community, especially the Secretariat, they said, we have the documents. We can bring those documents here for verification. And I always ask myself, what was it that the Secretariat or the East African, one of the East African institutions could not provide the document during the audit process, and then they can provide that document during the accounts committee? And this question did not have answer. Every time we ask, I've been asking this question to the Secretariat, but they have never answered that question. Right Honorable Speaker, for verification, you can just go to page number 23 to number 24 of the management letter that says shortcoming in the management of consultancy contract of staff recruitment. When you go to section A, it says inadequacy in the contract management. They say during the audit process, the original contract was not provided for audit verification, and the copy provided only has a signature with no name, no position of the EAC representative. Also, pages were not countersigned. The procurement committee minutes were not availed for confirmation whether the reward of the contract was properly deliberated. That was not verified. And why? Because the department did not see the importance of bringing the document for verification to the audits commission. But they told us that they have the document and they can provide the document to the accounts committee. When we were interrogating them on this issue, they said we have that contract was signed. And then we looked back to the Auditors Commission and we asked, what is this? The Auditor Commission, they further commented that the original contract was not availed and management has not explained the basis of the change between the scope in the contract and engagement letters. Right Honorable Speaker, I don't want to take a lot of time to talk about this one point. But my point is, all the problems are because the East African community, especially the Secretariat, does not respect these officers, which are very important and very respectable from our member states. The Auditor Commission, I said last time that these are the advisors to the finance ministers who are actually remitting money to our projects and all our daily activities. We all say that, you know, partner states are hesitating, are doing this, not remitting, but they are getting a report like this, a qualified report. And actually, their advisors are telling them, these people are not serious are not providing documents, are not giving us explanation to why they have not do a certain responsibility that they're supposed to do. I think Secretariat should not ask themselves a lot of questions about why the member states are not remitting in time, or sometimes they're hesitating and all that. But Right Honourable Speaker, even the donors, when they read this report and find out it is with a qualified opinion, they will ask themselves twice or thrice, should we really need to continue with East African community? So the first people in our community to make this community go on are the staff of the Secretariat, the staff of the East African institution. Right Honourable Speaker, I've talked about the staff, but in every house there is a father. A father is the head of the house. A father is the one to make his kids being in order. I here talking about our Secretary General. Secretary General did not attend the entry meeting of the auditors. And I was told he was not even there for exit meeting. This shows he did not give the importance of EAC Secretariat being audited. What do you expect the staff will do? The staff will also do the same as their father.
Information.
Yes, Secretary General.
Right Honourable Speaker, I will request, because there is a lie being said here, I was at the exit meeting, so I request the Honourable Fasia to prove that I was not
SG, there. Lies are not told in the Parliament. Hold on, SG.
I stand to inform that I was at the exit meeting.
Thank you, but there is a standard language we use in the Parliament. We may provide information that is not correct, but we don't tell lies. Yes. So, just for, thank you.
Speaker,
thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. One of the things that I don't
Honourable Nur.
Then in that respect of your ruling, Honourable Speaker, I ask the SG to withdraw that word.
The word lie, but I do maintain that what should be said to this Honourable Assembly should be accurate. Nothing should be said when people are not sure.
Thank you. Yes, accurate information, and everyone takes responsibility for the information he provides here. Thank you, Secretary General. Honourable Fancy, continue.
Right Honourable Speaker, I got this information when we were in Accounts Committee, and unfortunately, the Secretary General, we called him, and he was not available to come and at least explain to us. The accuracy come from him. I would have get this explanation in Accounts Committee when we called him, but he was not there. So I was told, and the Audit Commission was there. So it was his duty to tell us that maybe there was a mistake. Maybe there was a mistake on information, and we could correct this. But so, I'll also say, if he was there in a...
To have the information correct, so was it in the report of the auditors that the Secretary General didn't attend entry and exit meetings? Was it in the report?
It was not in the report, but when we asked the Audit Commission, because the Secretariat said the Audit Commission did not consider what they were providing to them. And they explained it further that the Secretary General was not there. At least the Secretary General could have come to our meeting and explain these things. That's why we have meetings, Right Honorable Speaker. We don't want to come here in the House and explain, and talk about things that can be handled in committee meeting. So, Right Honorable Speaker, my point was, a father in a house is the one to put order for his kids. I was not saying this to tarnish his image, but to just put that feeling that he, as an official accounting officer of East African Community, he is supposed to be serious with audit process and auditor commission when they are here. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I can go on and on and on because this report is in my fingertips. I would just let my colleagues to continue. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Fancy. Honorable Kasamba.
Right Honorable Speaker, allow me also to take this opportunity. First of all, yesterday I didn't have the chance to welcome the Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs and East African Community Affairs from the Republic of Tanzania. We congratulate him for joining this family. Allow me also to congratulate our brothers of South Sudan for the very well celebrated grounding of the peace processes in South Sudan yesterday. We look forward to a stronger and a stronger growth of peace and stability in one of our partner states, so that the people of South Sudan can enjoy the benefits that come with peace and stability. Allow me again to thank the committee, which did a very good job in as far as the accounts of our own institutions for the year 2016, 2017. Thank you very much, honorable members of the committee and the chair, for the continued revelations, because these are public offices where we work in trustee. Thank you for the well laid out report, which shows the way we are managing the finances of the community. Allow me to thank all the institutions of the EAC community, the Secretariat, Eala, we are also accountable, the other institutions which form the integration agenda of which we all exist. The issues at hand are quite heartbreaking. Whereas my colleague Abdulkadir and Honorable George Odong have put across a very important bill which is going to enhance financial management. We need to seriously, before even the laws are there, begin to interrogate what is the real problem we are faced with. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to assure the Council and the Secretariat, because the Secretariat and the Council are the executive arm within the community. They execute on our behalf. We, the legislatures, we are there to oversee, to appropriate, and to make sure that when we go for the representation, we make the accountability that the EAC is on the very right path. But when you go to the partner states and you hear what they talk about, we who are in the EAC, genuinely you get scared. They assume it is an institution which is up there, unreachable, unaccountable, and the aspirations of the people of East Africa who urgently need the integration are not as yet feeling the real gist of the integration. So, much as we are still using meager resources, but we, those of us who have been entrusted and blessed to be in the various positions, should no longer see this as business as usual. And we make sure that we begin to deepen our performance to ensure that whatever we do becomes accountable. One of the best ways to assess an organization, that organization must be cherishing values. And I want to request, as we go along, put in place systems, put in place mechanism to check. We must continue to digest the values we stand for as a community. Are we the value of honesty, the value of transparency, the value of timeliness, the value of teamwork, the value of integrity, and the value of being accountable? These are very critical, even if the auditors will come, as my sister has mentioned, to come and interface with those of us who have to account. But in our innate feeling, in our day-to-day operations, are we honest? Are we transparent? Are we accountable? Are we playing teamwork? These are the hard questions which we must put across ourselves to ensure that if the integration of our community will reach the poorest of the poorest, the business community will begin to trust us, and we open interface with them with a lot of trusteeship. That is the best audit we can achieve during our time, by improving the systems to become efficient, to become effective, and to talk to each other. I will not dwell so much in these detailed post-mortem, issue-based cries. I will look at how do we now make sure that we improve our EAC audit system. Right, Honourable Speaker, the very important element we look at is weakness in internal controls. This cannot be tolerated. We must style up and make sure that we fix all the nuts to ensure that the internal control system are upgraded. And I pray that as the bill, let the spirit of, I know the council, we are facing a lot of hurdles when you bring a private member's bill. I hope my brother Abdul Kadir this time will use magical spirits and make sure that the partner states harmonize. It may be dead on what? On arrival. That given the fact that it has been brought to check, it must not go through the processes to be assented to. This is one of the biggest audit processes. Are we doing the right thing? Are we accountable? Are we doing teamwork? Are we here to work together to improve? So that whatever we appropriate, all of us here in the community, I bear anybody of us, generates any reasonable amount which ends up on our coffers. But we are here comfortably, ready to appropriate, without recourse of knowing that if we grow the base, those are the people of East Africa. If we create happiness within the people of East Africa, if we are accountable, the remittance will increase, the appropriation will increase. And this is the philosophy of successful institutions. So, weaknesses in control system, Right Honorable Speaker, Council, and the Secretary General, let us make sure that we improve on those weaknesses, because that's where it is within your control. You can afford to control, you can afford to check. Internal audit system must be on a continuous basis. Continue to tighten up. I call it tight marking. For any successful team, many of you are supporting teams. You are fans and you are mad with football. But if you can see a successful team is thoroughly tight marking to make sure that you score. But if people are scoring us goals, we are bringing reports which are always lamenting, it means even the audit process is not achieving the required improvement. So, as the Eala, I am glad I am here in the next 5 years. And when I was campaigning, I committed myself that my slogan was for values and volumes. If the community is to grow in value, we must have a value system in place. If the community is to grow in volumes, the value of what we talk about, of what we cherish within ourselves, within our systems, must equally grow. That's why you find that the remittances are no longer coming, the donors are sluggishly pulling out. So we must make sure that the internal control system, the strategic direction, this is very important. It is mentioned that the strategic direction, the strategic plan of the assembly, of the community is already in areas we are operating without a clear, well-elaborated strategic plan. Let us tie it up and make sure that the strategic direction is well established, is well implemented, and then the committee also observed the result-oriented approaches. If you are not operating a budget which is result-oriented, and we are reporting that we received so much, and we spent it this way, without results, without value-based approach, value for money. And I think with the time, I think as we go into the financial management bill, we should even institute a mechanism for value for money and the impact-based approach to make sure that whatever penny we get, let it create impact, let it create value to the community, to the institutions which are day to day moving out there, making sure that the people of East Africa are well integrated and they are realizing the benefits of integration. Because it is a mere economic scenario that economies of scale go with bigger populations, go with bigger institutions, go with bigger performances. So I would pray that the value system, the impact-based system, and making sure that the result-oriented approaches are well stipulated in our next subsequent operations to make sure that we improve. We should not be seen coming here to wash our linen, that we never performed in this, we never performed in this, and it becomes business as usual. And my last take, Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the entire audit processes, the institutions, I cannot forget, as somebody who has been entrusted to talk about agriculture, food security. I've already downloaded the action plan for food security 2010-2015. And we don't have an institution that is superintending, that is accessing resources. When you look at the productive and social sector department, it's the least funded and the only business for every East African to be able to survive and to superintend the institutions where we exist as the East African community by paying taxes, by generating revenue, must have food. And the entire region is known as an agriculture-based economy in the entire region. But it is very unfortunate. I'm also doing the audit. I've done my audit. There is no institution within the 14 or so institutions. Talk about the Kiswahili Commission, the Eastaco, the Health Commission, the Lake Victoria Basin Commission. There is no institution, as you see within the UN system. There is FAO, there is IFAD. When you go to EU, there are so many commissions. When you go to African Union. So this is a misnomer which we must rectify, and in the subsequent submissions, we should make sure that we galvanize ourselves, council, together with the partner states, we sit together and put a commission. Yesterday we passed a statistical bureau to go and look at the statistics, which are actually not as effective because most of the people are not as productive as we expect them to be because we've not facilitated the productive sector. Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank whoever has made a submission to make sure that accountability is a major survival tool for any institution, for any individual, to make sure that if we are to move to the next level into the middle income status we are looking for, there is no way we can run away from making that we improve the systems we run as far as financial management is concerned, and working together to make sure that we all cooperate to ensure that we improve the systems we superintend. I rest my case and I support the report.
Thank you, Honorable Kasamba, Honorable George, Honorable Claude, Honorable Rugwijema.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I had initially chosen to remain silent in protest against, not against the report, but against what is contained in the report. Right, Honorable Speaker, it's just that in my community, there is a saying that Bor Peikunelwangi. I can repeat that again.
It doesn't matter how many times you do it, the Hansard cannot pick that one. I am very sure.
What that means, effectively, Right Honorable Speaker, is that you should not abandon a wound that is festering because you are frustrated by the pain. You abandon it to the flies. You have to continue cleaning that wound. You have to continue chasing away the flies, because it doesn't matter, even if you left it, the flies will not abandon it in protest. They will enjoy. Meaning that it doesn't matter my protestations, and it really doesn't matter whether I do something about it, whether I leave it in protest. If we don't continue to talk about it, those who are presiding over these institutions will not protest and say, let's abandon it, their ways and their methods. So it's a call for action. Right Honorable Speaker, it is only this community, and I don't know whether it's a representation of our people, but our tolerance levels for inefficiency is so high. Our levels of tolerance for mismanagement is so high. So much so that if you speak against it, if you do something against it, you are more of an exception to the general rule. We need to change that narrative. And I think I want to speak on the broader question of how this community is managed. This report is not different from other reports that have been submitted and presented on the floor of this House. The only difference is probably the text, the volume, but in principle, it communicates the same message. So at what point do we say enough is enough? Even in law, there is what they call a sunset clause. Right Honorable Speaker, you are a land friend, you're a lawyer. And there comes a time when a certain piece of legislation must come to an end. And then you have to re-legislate. At what point are we going to have an end to these audit reports and begin to have a fresh dispensation? There is something that I think is the Honorable Kasamba who said here that values. In 1962, when President Julius Nyerere was still a young man, he invited the warring factions from Mozambique, those that were engaged in the anti-colonial campaign. He invited them over to Tanzania. And they formed a unified force called Frelimo. That single action by Julius Nyerere changed the narrative of Africa and how we confronted the colonialists. When he settled them in a place called Bagamoyo, and because that place was still very proximate to Mozambique, it became prone to infiltration. He decided to move those forces to a place called Nachingwea. And they launched what they called Homem Novo, which is creating a new man. This was done deliberately by Mwalimu Nyerere. He said these forces must come here away from the infiltration, and they must begin to have an introspection, think through and say, what is it that we want to be done? What is the best way to confront our situation back home? That process was called Homem Novo, and it meant creation.
Honorable Kimbisa.
I want to contextualize it.
Yeah, yes, information. Yeah.
Information not on the context of the issue, but only on the
locations.
The two areas of Bagamoyo and Nachingwea. Actually, Bagamoyo was far from Mozambique, and therefore he thought it should be close to Mozambique, and the closest was Nachingwea. So I wanted to put the places right.
So it was vice versa.
It was vice versa. So
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kimbisa, for that. Right Honorable Speaker, Nachingwea became the birthplace of a new Frelimo movement that confronted the forces, the colonialists. The context of this is that this East African community needs a homem novo. It needs a creation of a new man, the one that is infused by values, one that begins to have a fresh reflection of what is best for East Africa. It is until we do that that we are going to begin to have a completely new dispensation and begin to rewrite the narrative of this community. That responsibility is placed on each one of us at all levels. whether you are in council, whether you are in Eala, whether you are leading or managing the institutions of this community. Right Honorable Speaker, I have been struggling with the idea that this can't happen consistently if there is no collusion. Because the institutions are very clear as to who supervises who. Council must be held culpable for its level of tolerance, because once these reports are written and are considered by this assembly has pronounced itself on many of the issues that are concerning this community. It has made wide-ranging recommendations on what ought to be done. Unfortunately, we are still counting on. We have the same report. At what time will the council say we must rise up and plug the East African Community flag? Raise the East African Community flag high, because that flag represents the aspirations of the East African people. And I don't think East African people for any minute can tolerate the nonsense that is taking place here. Right Honorable Speaker, if we continue at this pace, and I want this to be on record, if we continue at this pace, we may have to be a little more creative in the way we are going to respond to what is going on here. The Secretary General has worked so hard, and I think the reports that we are beginning to see indicate that there is some level of progress. Yes, the report that we are receiving $500 million from the donors is a very positive report. The report that we are beginning to build institutions that are responsive is a very good report. Right Honorable Speaker, it is my considered opinion that those reports should reflect in the next financial year that we are going to consider, should reflect an institutional building process, should reflect a higher level of accountability, should reflect a lesser level of tolerance to the hemorrhage, financial hemorrhage, that is reflected in these accounts. It defeats logic for you to spend $100 million, $100,000 for a kitchen equipment, and it takes you 3 years. It can't be verified, you can't see it, it's not fitted anywhere. And you requested on the floor of this House for a supplementary budget to procure that equipment. I am told here that it's about $250,000. Right Honorable Speaker, we have to redefine what our priorities are. And somebody must be held to account. For as long as we gloss over some of these accounting issues and we don't point to the responsible persons, we are not going to make an impact on this community. Somebody must pay the price, and we must make corruption an expensive venture. As long as it continues to be a cheap venture, where everybody gets away with murder, we are doing nothing for this community. Please, I understand that we have begun to own our, how could I call them? I don't know which better word to use it, but in my tradition, there is no other word for a thief. So if we have thieves, but we have begun to own them, because probably those thieves is a Ugandan, it is my Ugandan thief, it is my Tanzanian thief, it is my Kenyan thief. Don't touch that thief of mine. The day we committed and signed the treaty for the establishment of the East African Community. It also went with some of those nationalistic identities. We committed to say we are East Africans, and therefore you don't become my Uganda. You actually become my East Africa. And in the process, you are subordinate to the rules, to the regulations, to the laws that govern the East African community. You are not going to shirk your responsibility because you come from my community. If this is the practice here, let it be captured that if you're Ugandan in this community and you want to hide behind petty patriotism, I am going to leave you to the sharks, because my role here is not to protect sharks. My role here is to promote the East African Integration Project. And that goes to the council. That council decisions are always delayed because you have gotten yourselves hauled in either Ugandan interest, in either Rwandese interest, in either Burundian interest, in either Southern Sudan interest. And for that reason, you are delaying to take decisions, and the community is rotting. There has got to be a common standard, a thread that cuts across wherever. That should be the principle that should govern this community. Anything devoid of that, this community will collapse under the weight of mismanagement. I beg to move. Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Judge. Honourable Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With this opportunity, I want to declare that I'm a member of this committee on accounts. And I would like to start by thanking the able committee chair and the members. And I also want to thank and congratulate, appreciate the work done by the management, secretariat, and heads of institutions, though they have a huge mandate to fulfill, managing the funds of the community with sophisticated procedures and the processes which need tight control over them so that they are done in accordance to the rules and the regulations of our community. Right Honourable Speaker, Honourable Odongo is saying that we cannot abandon this community because of this report. And he was also saying that this report does not have nothing different from the report we passed and adopted in Nairobi about the audited accounts of 2015 and 2016. I would here say that this report is somehow different because we are dealing with a report whereby the epicenter of the community, the secretariat, is having accounts which have a qualified opinion, which means a qualified opinion, in other words, it means a suspicion of mismanagement of funds. The Audit Commission suspected a mismanagement of funds of the community within the Secretariat. Honorable Fancy was saying also that the Secretariat and the other institutions failed to give supporting documents to the Audit Commission. And I want to add something, saying that it is not only that they didn't give the supporting document to the Audit Commission, and also didn't give enough time or attention to the Audit Commission, but as a committee also we didn't have enough time to deliberate on this report within the 2 weeks we had. and we didn't get enough time to discuss with it, to discuss it with the Secretariat and other institutions. But I would focus on the Secretariat by saying, as a community, as a committee, we had agreed to operate in open, guided by the Article 6D of the treaty, saying that this community must work in transparency. And we had decided as a committee to work in the presence of media, capturing our discussions. But because of that decision, the Secretariat somehow didn't attend fully as we needed as a committee to discuss on these issues. Right Honorable Speaker, this report has some issues, and the main of the issues are about the procurement and asset management, implementation of previous audit recommendations, but also implementation of the recommendations passed and adopted by the Assembly concerning the audited accounts of the community to 2015 and also 2015-2016. I remember we had proposed some sanctions, disciplinary measures to specified staff in the recommendations we passed as an assembly with regard to that report. But I remember when we were in the meetings of the committee, I asked the question to the engineer Morote, the DSG in charge of infrastructure, but now is acting also as a DSG in charge of administration and finance. I asked him about the implementation of the previous recommendations we passed as an assembly. Among them, there was a recommendation saying that this assembly must have a quarterly report on the progress of implementations of the recommendations passed. But we didn't have that, and in his answer, he told us as a committee that the Council of Ministers had not yet given the Secretariat and the management in general the direction they could follow to implement those recommendations we passed as an assembly. And we wondered as a committee, is it necessary to go through that process, that you wait for the council to sit and give direction to the Secretariat to implement decisions passed here in the House, while we have them sitting here with us? The council members are here, and they were here also when we passed those recommendations. The SG is here, the CTC is here. They followed our discussions, and they followed, they were aware of our recommendations. The real problems may be, I don't know them, but they don't give value, right value to the decisions we pass here in the Assembly, and also the recommendations proposed by the Audit Commission. They don't give value to the Audit Commission. They don't give value to the recommendations we pass here in the Assembly. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to go also to some specific queries raised in this report. Honourable members, if we can go to the page 16. Aqueli number 132. The other problem is here that some members don't have a copy of this report. It is also another big issue. It will be difficult for them to give their intervention. But for those who have this copy of the report, this query is talking about the reduction in funding from development partners. The Audit Commission tried to compare the amount of funds we got during year 2015 and 2016 and the amount of funds from development partners we got in this year of 2016-2017. They have seen that there is a reduction of 42% of the funds from development partners, comparing the two financial years. And within the 42% or the 58% we got, we remained with as a community from development partners, we only also received 31%. This is a very bad trend. And I would like the Council of Ministers to tell us why. Is this happening? Is it because we are not dealing with the donors? There is a bad relationship with donors, or is it because we are not operating the way they want us to operate? I believe the Council will be able to answer that. Honorable members, I want us also to go to the page 17, page 32. Page 32, it talks about equally number 184. It talks about unsupported payables. An amount of $408,680 were recorded as a debt or a payable to someone who is not known, and there was no supporting documents. In the management response, they also accepted that they didn't have supporting documents during that time. But they were saying that during our session as a committee, they have got the supporting documents. This also was suspicious to the committee because we were also wondering the authenticity of these documents they were presenting to the committee. With the same document they refused or they were not available during the audit, during the period when the Audit Commission was scrutinizing these documents. And something which is very bad, for only one supplier, the community, the secretariat, owed to that supplier an amount or a debt of $1,043,034 US dollars, among which $343,459.96 US dollars has no supporting documents. I would like also to know, maybe it is a new idea I get just now. I didn't get it during our meetings as a committee, to know who is this supplier, whom we owe it to him or her this amount of 343,000 with no supporting documents. Maybe they are proclaimed goods which were procured, were said to be procured, but no supporting documents, which means those goods were not actually procured. The other issue on the same page is about overstatement of payables. Overstatement of payables is the query number 185. The problem here may be because they didn't capture, in the report we don't capture the way the query was written in the Audit Commission report. We tried to summarize, and some members cannot understand it clearly, but this query is about some registered or recorded payables for the goods which are not yet procured. The management response was saying, it was not only for the Secretariat, even in the other institutions. They were saying, this is done in order to prevent the money to go to the reserve fund. So they record in their registers and their records that they have a debt or a payable to amounting to a certain amount, but the goods actually are not yet procured, but they do it in order to prevent the money to go to the reserve fund. And the financial can collapse or can end without, and the goods are not even yet procured, which is even the case which is being talked about here. The financial ended 30th June 2017. These goods were not yet procured. Although in the records of the Secretariat, they were saying we have a debt of an amount of 71,000 USD. Our suspicion as a committee, I want to put it to the attention of honorable members, is that maybe you can find in the following financial year, they also budget for the same activity. And there is that money which was recorded as a payable in the previous one is stolen. Maybe they could, we have to go taking a lot of time, and our honorable members also will take time to contribute on this report, but we need to change. We need to change our way of doing things. And we need to cooperate as institutions and organs of the community. If we have Audit Commission and if we have organ of Eala, which has in its mandate to oversight the activities of the community, we need to respect each other. We need to respect the Audit Commission within their mandate. We need to respect the council. We need to respect the management and also try to increase and improve our way of doing things, because it is for the betterment of our mandates, are for the betterment of the community and for the better and improved welfare of the citizens of East Africa. Right, Honorable Speaker, without taking much time, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Claude. Honorable Guijema.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me the floor. I want to add my voice to congratulate the Republic of South Sudan for the best move for peace process and stability. Right, Honorable Speaker, I declare that I am a member of a county committee, and I like it. It's a very best way to know better the community. Right, Honorable Speaker, as a member, I want to congratulate members and the chair, because it is not so easy when you scrutinize the numbers and get such a kind of report. It's a hard work, and I thank them. Right, Honorable Speaker, this report, when you go through the report, it's not really different with the previous one. And I will let you know why. Right, Honorable Speaker, as you know, we have to analyze the Audit Commission report. Why? What is the primary objective of the audit? The audit? It's to really report to the truth and the fairness of the financial position. This is the primary objective. But it is not unique. There are some others. There are what we call secondary objectives also. Those objectives, you will find one which is to detect, for example, errors and irregularities. They have been detected. There are many. The problem is the same errors, the same irregularities are not new. We got them in the previous exercises. And we are asking ourselves if we are improving or not. In the same secondary objectives, you find that there is a problem of compliance with statutory requirements. What we didn't get. You see that there is no compliance. You see that there is a high level, right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, of mismanagement. And some of my colleagues who took the floor before said it. In the same way, move for secondary objective, right, Honorable Speaker, you find that the objective is to provide professional recommendation. And the audit report commission, they did a strong recommendation. And the problem is not to get a strong recommendation, the problem is the implementation. In the same way, in the secondary objective is to report on assessment of internal control. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, this is the strong problem we have within this community, because this community is missing, is not getting internal control. Because if we are talking about value for money, you cannot get it from relying to the external auditor. No, it's from internal control. When there is no internal control, you cannot expect to get best value for money. And where the internal control comes from? It comes from the best wishes of the management itself, not from the laws of the community, not from rule and regulation. It comes from the best wish of the management. That means if the Secretary General, if the Council of Ministers can cooperate and impose really internal control, we will get best value for money, right, Honourable Speaker. The objective of internal control, it has in fact 3 categories. You can get it in your operational category. That means you need to focus on using assets effectively and efficiently, on using financial resources. This is one, very important. A second one, you can use it in the financial reporting categories, which means you want to produce reliable financial report and the safeguarding asset. This is very strong with internal control. The last one, right, Honourable Speaker, is in the compliance categories. This is when you rely to the laws and the regulations, but again, on law and the regulations, it is not only internal control, because external control also rely on law and the regulations. But for money, it's not for external control, it's for internal control. Right, Honourable Speaker, I'm happy that our colleague, Honourable Abdul Kadir, has asked the leave for the financial management Bible. It will be very helpful for us. But again, in the phase of implementation, we need to change. We need to get zero tolerance. And we have to install and get some high punishment for mismanagement of the fund of the community, right, Honourable Speaker. Right, Honourable Speaker, again, the internal control it itself, with the management, they define and they determine the scope of work. While the external control is relying to laws of the community, which means I want to focus on this aspect of management. If we don't have a strong system, strong mechanism in our internal control, we will produce every year the same report. There will be no change. Right, Honourable Speaker, when we went through this report, it doesn't reflect, as I have said, the best value for money. Not only that, but also there is no effective competition. No effective competition when you look, for example, in the procurement system of the community. No competition. And you can find that in everywhere, even for health insurance. You cannot understand how a company like Eala can be working for the community for 20 years, and while the MPs and staff are complaining. Right, Honourable Speaker, these reports don't reflect the fairness and the integrity, because you find how they justify something that cannot be workable or which has been bought or used why it was not in the appropriation budget. Thirdly, or fourthly, right, Honourable Speaker, these reports doesn't reflect the transparency and the accountability. we have to get how people in mismanagement can be really be accountable, hold accountable, and be punished. Lastly, in the fourth meeting missing principle, these reports don't reflect the interest of the community and its stakeholder. We have to change, right, Honourable Speaker, if we need to improve to make the community better for the citizenship, for the citizen of this region, this community. Right, Honourable Speaker, I thank you very much for giving me the floor. I support the report.
The microphone is still on. Honorable Dr. Woda, Honorable Victor, Honorable Christophe.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. And first of all, I would like to thank my honorable colleagues who really congratulate us as the Republic of South Sudan for the celebration of the peace. And I think if not of the Lord of the work here in the Assembly and that the celebration were held not on weekend, you could have found that most of the members of South Sudan were joining the celebration in South Sudan, but we were there by spirit. Secondly, I want to congratulate the Committee of Account under the able leadership of the chair, Dr. Makame, for the job well done. Magambi, yeah, sorry, Magambi, the father of twin Salongo. Sorry for that, yeah. Mine will be just a short comment on the committee report, and it's not something which wasn't told by my honorable colleagues here, but it really affects me. I will be talking about the poor management and planning, and that one is on page 58 regarding the ESC reinforcing veterinary governance in East Africa. For me, as somebody who has been trained as an animal nutritionist, I was looking through this project and how much impact it could have given to the people who are raising livestock and to the livestock in the region. And this project, which was a joint project, I think it's was joined between African Union Commission and Inter-African Bureau for Animal Resources to support the action on reinforcement veterinary governance in Africa. And you know, this project was supposed to be for the period of 51 months, which is like 4 years. And I was thinking, if this project really took place, I think it took place, but it failed. I was thinking and reflecting about the effect. You know, I'm coming from South Sudan, whereby in my country, the population of livestock is more than the population of the people. And I know that in the different states also of East Africa, we have a lot of herders, we have a lot of pastoralists who could have benefit from this project. And because of the mismanagement and also there was no management of the fund, the project has been withdrawn and the citizens of East Africa couldn't benefit from this project. I'm very sure that when we read these things, we don't think that they really affect the life of the East African directly, but I know that, you know, this vaccine, because these veterinary services could have carried vaccines to the livestock, and you know, we have zoonotic diseases which even affect the human beings, not the livestock alone. This could have saved many lives. We are now speaking about the deadly Ebola. We speak about the rabies. We speak about the tuberculosis and also the brucellosis, which take a lot of life of the East African. And this kind of project, if they are well managed, the partners, the partners or the donors will not withdraw the money from the community and will benefit. That's why I will add my voice to the other colleague who said we have to change, we have to manage our resources very well, and I want to congratulate Abdelkader, he's not here, for his timely bill, which will really save us from many of these shortcomings. Right, Honorable Speaker, I submit.
The microphone, Dr. Oda. Thank you. Honorable Victor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, to give me the chance to add my voice to this debate regarding to the account committee report. Before I raise my point, I would like to congratulate the new member from the United Republic of Tanzania, who joined the House yesterday. Permit me also to congratulate the Republic of South Sudan for the peace shake hand and the celebration. I want to inform this House that I am a member of the Committee on Accounts. And as my colleagues put it very well, this report highlights a lot of irregularities and breaches in almost, if not all, the organs, institutions, projects, and programs of EAC. What is scaring, Right Honorable Speaker, is that these irregularities are recurrent. It shows that mismanagement, misappropriation, misuse of funds has become like a culture in EAC. That is why I want to strongly insist in the full implementation of the recommendations mentioned in the report, the current report, and the previous ones. But also, I insist on the strict implementation of the regulations that govern the financial management and other resources of the community. For this purpose, Right Honorable Speaker and members, I call upon and urge the Council of Ministers and the Secretariat to do all that is in their powers to seriously consider this situation in order to initiate profound changes and take appropriate measures to improve things for the sake of the EAC taxpayers' funds. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, I'd like to support the report and thank very much our fellow committee members for the hard and well done work, especially the committee chair for his strong leadership and wisdom. I beg to submit, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Victor. Honorable Christophe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I just want to add my voice also on this report, and also to declare that I'm a member of this account committee. Mr. Speaker, sir, former South African public protector, she once said that when a good governance fails, everything falls apart. Now, if you look at this report, 2016-2017, it is really a reflection of what has been happening in this community. Well, not all is bad. There are some institutions, such as Kasoa, is doing a very good job, and we have to recommend the management of that institution. Mr. Speaker, sir, a lot have been said regarding this report, especially from Secretariat. If you look, everything is a queries. We don't have to mention one or two because everything is a problem there. Now, the question is, should we condemn Secretariat? I remember one of our colleagues, Honorable Susan, she once said that they've been urging Council to take a decisive decision regarding to our recommendations, but nothing has been yet done. Now, for me, I think the most problem we have in this community is the Council. The Council must actually change the gear and to implement and to enforce our recommendations. Otherwise, if you look at this management of all these institutions who are looking after East Africans community business, some of them is like asking hyenas to look after your goats. So, Mr. Speaker, my contribution on this report is that sometimes we have to leave our comfort zone and to name and shame those East Africans who want to shut our dreams of development and the dreams of lifting this community to the highest level. Now, when we talk about the implementation or introduction of good mechanism, good laws, and good internal control, and yet we still have the same people who've been looting our community to head those kind of institutions. Even those laws and the good internal controls mechanism will never succeed. In my conclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, I urge the Council to leave their comfort zone, to look beyond their so-called our thieves, so that we can build a strong East Africa community. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Christophe. Honorable Dr. Ahel, then Honorable Pierre Craven.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first and foremost, let me thank those honorable members who have actually recognized the importance of peace in South Sudan and the fact that my president, President Kiir, and the South Sudanese leaders have courageously taken very crucial step toward bringing peace and stabilizing South Sudan so that South Sudanese could enjoy peace and also contribute to the regional development. That is it there. Second, also, Right Honorable Speaker, I first wanted to speak in the presence of all council members and Secretary General. But it looks right now that it's only one member who is present. I don't know whether I should proceed and wait or wait until they all come here and then I speak later. I don't know what to do. Because this is all about them. It's about SG.
Honorable
I'm
Doctor.
seeking your guidance.
Yes,
Should I go ahead?
Let me guide. You can resume your seat first. So, Honorable Dr. Aher, you are raising a very important point, but it doesn't only concern the council members. You see, we have these refreshments outside, but I have seen some members who take coffee for 4 hours. So it's not the issue of lacking for quorum. We have quorum, we can proceed, but that is if we choose to be indifferent to that situation. Maybe we should reconsider whether we need these refreshments while we are debating, or we can abandon the process altogether. Because where I sit, I have a better view of the chamber than all of you. So I have seen members who speak very fast so that they can take coffee for 3 hours for the remaining period of the debate. So that is not appropriate, in my view. It's not whether we have quorum or not. We just need to be responsible. Yes, we need to be responsible. But the issue of whether you want to speak now or later is yours, but the House has quorum. So you can proceed. It's for you to choose.
Okay, yeah, I will go ahead. Thank you for your guidance, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this community actually has come a long way, and it has a long way to go. We cannot say at this point that we have gone off the track. I think we are on the track, but we are actually stumbling. We got issues that we need to clearly look at and be able to sort out as EAC. Addressing these issues doesn't require only Eala. It does not require Secretariat. It does not only require Council. It does not require all the institutions that are scattered across the EAC community. It requires all the institutions. It requires all the organs. So when we are here, we should not see ourselves as people who are trying to bring each other one down or try to portray another section or organ or institution as doing something bad and we want to damage. That's not our intention. Let me make that very clear. What we want to do is we want to make sure these issues are shared honestly. We look at them and find appropriate ways of resolving them and putting the community on the right track and helping those who sent us here. Those who sent us here are not necessarily MPs who elected us, are the people whom we were elected on their behalf. And these are the common people. These are the people that are at the grassroots. These are the people that don't have safe drinking water. Most of them don't have education. Some of them are struggling. They cannot actually put the food on the table for their families. These are the people that we are here for, right, Honorable Speaker? So with the resources that we have, we just want to make sure that we can build a clinic somewhere. Burundi, Tanzania, South Sudan. These people, when we build a tap watering for safe drinking water and the right EAC, they will know that there is something EAC existing. Not making laws here, not sitting here, not making noise that is not helping them. Now, let me come back to this issue of the audit accounts. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are talking about these issues time and again because these issues have been reported. We have made recommendations even before this assembly, but the implementation of those recommendations has not been done. And that's why you see these malpractices have been recurring. It is because the recommendations are recurring. I don't know which one actually comes first. Is it a recommendation that is recurring, or is it the malpractice that is recurring? So we need to look at both. The recommendations are coming back the same because the malpractices that have been reported are coming back or are being continuously done by individuals that are doing them. Another issue, Honorable Speaker, is the issue that my honorable colleagues have stated clearly, is the issue of the values. Right, Honorable Speaker, values are different. And each organization decides what values it stands for depending on the vision and the mission of that organization. EAC, I believe, has values. And some of the values that I want to read are probably in the EAC documents. Now, one of them could be stewardship, management of resources, responsibility, accountability, integrity, honesty, justice, leadership, compassion, innovation, excellence, punctuality, competence, teamwork, communication, hard work, dedication, employee welfare, efficiency, and effectiveness. These some of the values are actually covered under EAC.
But the issue is not having values. The issue is not having regulations. The issue is not having rules. The issue is to make sure that you implement them. I remember I was reading certain information, and I found that one of the prime ministers of the Great British, mentioned that the problem is not that there are dishonorable public service. The issue, there are dishonorable people in the public service. You know, now we need to look at it that clearly. And let me read this one, the importance of values. Let me open this page, and I'm reading it from the book that I have, is my own. Organizational effectiveness is maximized when stated values are consistent with the personal values of the organization, leaders, and members. Let me continue. When the behaviors are consistent, organization stated values, these values serve as a unifying principles for all organizational policies and actions. Let me continue. This provides a highly focused approach for achieving the vision and the mission. Now, we have to be careful. Sorry for using the word careful. We just need to see here that without values, no matter what you do, you'll always go astray because nothing is guiding you. Also, in addition to that, we need to realize that if individuals are not punished, because psychologically, a human being, if you are not punished for doing wrong thing, you will do it again and again and again. And there are individuals, not everybody, there are individuals in this community that have repetitively been doing the same thing because they know they have done it, they get away with it. Why not doing it again? Because since they are individually benefiting from those gross malpractices in the system, they will continue to do it. And this is what is happening. And I'm actually calling it to the attention of the council sitting here to make sure that individuals must be punished. If you come here to EAC, you are here not to save yourself or your interest or the interest of either Kenya, Bujumbura, which is Burundi, or Rwanda, or Uganda, or South Sudan. You are here serving the EAC. And the people from those partner states are actually covered under EAC. We need that to get clearly. And the buck is stopped with the council. Right, Honorable Speaker. Sincerely speaking, the buck is stopped with the council to make sure that these malpractices do not come back again. We need to see something new. We don't want to see the things that have been happening since this Fourth Assembly was instituted. We need to see different things, but not the same thing. So, on that values, I think, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to emphasize this is so important, the issue of the values. The other issue, Right Honorable Speaker, is the tendency of some employees in the EAC community to feel protected by their own partner states. This is very serious. And I want the council to get this clearly so that whoever comes, if you feel you are for the community, you have to come with the integrity, unquestionable integrity. You have to come here knowing that when you are here, you are not working for Kenya, you are not working for South Sudan, you are not working for Rwanda, you are not working for Burundi, you are not working for Uganda, you are working for the EAC. This is overall umbrella. And you have to come with unquestionable integrity. That integrity must look at our rules, regulations, and adhere. Make sure you stick, you read, you have the book, you follow it. If you are confused about what to do, make sure that you reference, because these books are with everybody. If you don't have it, you can go where you can find it and get it. There is a tendency, Right Honorable Speaker, where members, or sorry, staff feel that they have protection from their home country. This has increased the malpractices and the embezzlement and the misuse of some. This is not everybody, even in the Secretariat. It's not everybody that is doing that. But there are specific individuals, and we have made recommendations. In Nairobi, there are some recommendations we made, and we have identified individuals. Secretariat, his hand might be tied, especially the manager. The CEO, his hand might be tied behind him, because some people feel that they are not accountable to the Secretariat or to the SG, but they are accountable to their partner state, and they feel protected. Why not bother about SG when you know that you can be protected at home? These are the serious issues that happen. We can go around making laws or things, but why can't we implement what we already have? Why can't we work on what is already causing our problems instead of trying to do more work that we are unable to do? You know, I'm asking you practical questions because I'm a practical scientist. I did not do theory work. I was in the field and in the lab. So I ask practical questions. Yeah, I ask practical questions. Why can't we do what we have? Why can't we implement what we have already made rather than continue producing more that has no beneficial impact in the future? So, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm going to stop here, but I just want to make sure that, you know, the issue of the values, the implementation, the tendency to feel protected by the partner state have to be, if we take this into consideration and work on this, especially the Council and the Secretariat, I think we will get this community on the right path. And another thing that I don't want to forget, Right Honorable Speaker, and I think it is very important for us, especially when we want to increase the efficiency and the effectiveness of what we do, is the training. The training and the orientation of everybody, even myself, the accounts committee. We want to have training on how to ask right questions. You know, what is it that we need to know about the audit? We don't, most of us, you know, I come from academic background. Most of us maybe come from different work. We have never dealt with accounts. Why can't we have some sort of training, the accounts committee, so that when we are sitting in the front of the audit commission and the institution, we know what the right questions to ask. What is it that the audit commission looks for? We should be able to know that. But every time, you know, we have this audit commission, and sometimes we ask questions that may not make sense. And this is due to lack of knowledge. We don't have knowledge. We have to be sincere. Everybody here needs orientation and training. We should not pretend that if I have a PhD, I have a master's, I have, you know, I was a politician somewhere, I know everything. If you are doing that, you are killing yourself. But we have to accept the reality that every one of us needs learning. We need orientation, we need training. Learning is a lifelong process. And for us to be effective and efficient in our work, we need training. Our staff need training. Even our clerk here, Honorable, clerk, Victor, we always give him time, a lot of time. Because sometimes we don't know the right things to ask. You know, these are facts. But if we have the right training, the accounts committee, the members, we should be able to, you know, also him, he needs orientation. He needs training so that he can also guide us. Like when you are sitting here, Right Honorable Speaker, you always ask our clerks questions. You know, we need also to ask him instead of assuming that he doesn't know anything. We all assume that he doesn't know anything. When in fact, he probably knows more than us. You know, these are facts, Right Honorable. We should not pretend. When you are a leader, don't pretend that, you know, I like Right Honorable Speaker. He always seeks for information. He always seeks, you know, he's a speaker. Why can't he pretend? But we like to pretend. You know, I'm speaking the truth because we want to get this community on the right path, on the right track, so that we get the right work. And Right Honorable Speaker, just to finish, I want to make sure this community does something for common people. In South Sudan, where I come from, there are people who don't have safe drinking water. There are people who don't have even clinic. There are people who are suffering, they don't have even a lot of things, basic things to survive. And it's not only South Sudan, you go to Rwanda, you go to Burundi, in our rural communities, people are struggling. We are now left with 4 years. This year is done. If I ask now, what have I done? And everybody asked, and the assembly asked, what have we done? And for the next 4 years, how will we make sure that the common people clearly know what is it EAC stands for? What can we tell them? Nothing. Besides coming here, we make noise, we go home. What is it that we can do? For these people to understand that there's something called EAC, we have to build clinics. Write EAC on it. They will see practically. Feed them. They will not understand the interpretation of your law, but if you give them food, you give them clinic, you give them safe drinking water, they will know that is EAC. And when you talk, it will make sense to them. Not our regulations here, Right Honorable Speaker. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aher. Had I appointed the order, Honorable Rakamvie, then Honorable Mary Mgenyi, Honorable Kim Gai, Honorable Kennedy Mukuria, Honorable Muhirwa, and the Honorable Ambassador Fatuma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, to give me the opportunity to talk and to about this important debate. And first of all, I recognize that I'm a member of the account committee. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've been in account body of the East African since the last 4 years, not account committee, but audit and risk committee. When I read the reports, I found it's the same reports I read in 2014, 2015. So for me, the issue is that something is not moving. We can find principle the same issues which are pendant every financial year, like, for example, just say uncovered VAT, refundable, or gap in human resource management, or misuse of funds. For those, they have the same recommendation, always asking, recommend to the council to adhere, to direct the ESC institution of organs to adhere to ESC rules and regulation, or to implement summit directives or the recommendation of the council. But every time, every year, we see the same, nothing is moving. You can, even when there is a recommendation, it's weak. I remember one of the recommendations was in order to improve the project management, was to establish a project management unit. I've read somewhere that they have been implemented, but this unit has only one staff. This is not an implementation. I think we need to do more. The other thing is that I'm not of the view on what one of my colleagues says previous before me, that the secretariat or like ESC and other organs are like the families where there is a father and kids. They were not kids. All the people who are working here are mature and they are not kids. I think that...
Information.
Honorable Fancy, what is
Right Honorable Speaker, when I say...
Honorable, I beg you can sit. Okay. Honorable Claver, you sit off the microphone.
When I say every house is a father is leading the house and...
Honorable Fancy, I think you made an analogy.
Yes.
That was not meant to demean anyone. And I think in the context it is understood.
Yes.
The analogy of the father and the kid didn't mean to insinuate anybody here is a kid or a father. It is an analogy that was explaining the context of her argument. And I think we all understood it, isn't it? Is it? Is it understood? So, Honorable, I can proceed.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm still going with my idea. For me, I want just to say that if there is any concern or any mismanagement anywhere, it's not only for the responsible. It's for the staff or the person who is responsible of that. And I think for that, it's very important to note that we need to take disciplinary action against non-compliant officers or at all levels and on their own responsible. So that's what I want to insinuate.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. So she was very fast to misread your intention, but your intention is good. That no one is more responsible than the other. We are all equally responsible.
I agree.
That is your argument. Thank you.
The other thing is that I support the bill for which our colleagues Abdel have a leave for the House, which on my point of view will ease to make the forward report and also improve the management in our financial affairs, East African affairs. I submit.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I also want to start by congratulating our brothers and sisters from the Republic of South Sudan for the peace celebrations that we witnessed yesterday on our media screens and papers. Indeed, we pray that the peace that has come will be sustained. It's our wish, because I was in South Sudan last month, and really I realized that the resources and potential is enormous. The only thing that that country needs is peace. So we pray for peace. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the report And I want to congratulate the committee and the chairman for a report that is well done, thoroughly done. Very easy to read. I mean, every issue you feel as if you are part of that committee. So well done, and it's not easy. Committees are not the same. And this shows that the weight of the Finance Committee actually is a reflection of how important resources are in the management of society. Now, Mr. Speaker, reading this report, one gets a feeling that the EAC is a serious organization. We are definitely a serious regional bloc that is running organs like us, that is running important institutions, that is running projects and programs, and that over time, these many institutions, programs, projects are actually touching the lives of our citizens. And I believe that our citizens are getting to realize and feel the impact of the work that the community is doing. To that effect, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the EAC as the implementing agency for the enormous work that is being done. Mr. Speaker, the management of resources is so vital because it means life. It's not only about finances, it's actually about politics, it's about peace and stability, it's about everything that you can think about. So it becomes quite disturbing when you realize that enormous work is going on. Our leaders have planned so much that is being implemented. But then, down the road, as implementation goes on, there are so many weaknesses that need to be somehow plugged. We need to find solutions so that we don't continue to be a talking show group that just talks and things are not done. The report that we saw last financial year is not very different from this report. I want to agree with the member who said that. And this is why I want to also congratulate the Honorable Abdul Kadir for introducing the bill, the private member's bill that was introduced today, so that when issues like this come up, we have ways of dealing with them. We can hold people accountable, we can penalize by law, and I think things are likely to change. Because now you see mismanagement going on, and then when you ask, you are told you can't touch this because this is like this. There is no law that you can use to implement what you have discovered. So, and I've just picked a few areas from the report that I would like to comment on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are irregularities in the consultancy contracts. And to me, this is obvious fraud. If you look, for example, on page 46, there was procurement of a railway expert to the tune of $108,000 without a service contract. No contract was signed, and the service was rendered, whatever, and the money was paid without a contract. To me, really, that cannot be that people are not aware or they are not educated. No, it's not lack of education, but because by the time the individual who was handling this consultancy contract in that particular office knew for sure, how did he get there? Knew he or she, why am I assuming that is only a he? Could be a she. Knew that there was need for for a contract to be signed in order to release this amount of money, $108,000 for 24 months. And then the sectoral committee went ahead to renew the contract for another 12 months in 2016 without a contract having been signed. To me, really, that's not excusable. Then there is the whole area of failure to comply with EAC financial rules and regulations. I remember we made a lot of noise about that last financial year, the last report we looked at. Now, this is in the procurement, not only of services, but of goods as well. And I will quote an example. The contract with a certain statistics expert, one Gitaunja Michael, was signed way after the contract had expired. Again, I can refer you to page 44. Now, how can that be true? Someone, and this is not literal money, you are talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars being paid to an individual without a contract. And then somewhere, when it was realized that this person had earned so much money and no contract had been signed, it was signed after it had expired. I'm picking this from the report. Mr. Speaker, there's another issue that again, we talked about last time, which reflects lack of planning and proper budgeting. In that, the absorption rate of the funds planned and procured continues to go down. In the last financial year, in the previous one, the report we saw, 42% absorption was realized. Now it decreased further to 36% in the financial year under scrutiny. So, in other words, we actually continue to go down in our performance. Why? How can we acquire funds? And I know there is so much need in this region, and we are not able to absorb it, even 50%. It's decreasing further to 36%.
Information?
Yes, Honorable Susan.
Yes, Honorable Susan.
Thank you, Honorable Mary, for giving me a chance to give you information. The problem, apparently, is because partner states delay to bring in the money. When the money is sent 1 month before the end of the financial year, you're not able to fulfill the activities you're supposed to. Right now, we are we are already in the second quarter of the financial year, and the budget remittance is still at 30%, and yet this is the right time for all the activities to be done. So this is where the problem is currently lying.
Thank you, Honorable Susan, for the information. I would request then that the report should have reflected that. There is nowhere in the report where the committee has reflected that. So we are reading the report from you as members of the committee as submitted to us. I haven't seen that explanation. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are projects that directly touch the livelihoods of the ordinary people of East Africa. And I want to add to what Honorable Warder has mentioned about this veterinary governance in Africa project that was jointly implemented with IBA, AU-IBA. I'm very conversant with that organization because I worked with them before in another work I was doing on issues to do with veterinary, livestock in general. Mr. Speaker, again, 117,000 was alleged to have been transferred to AU-IBA without supporting documents. There were so many other issues of planning, of poor planning, and budget implementation. As a result, the procured funds did not achieve the intended purposes, and so there were no results. Now, let me add my voice to say that the livestock, the cattle keeping communities of East Africa, which are actually many, East Africa is full of cattle keepers. Some of them are still leading a nomadic life. They are actually the most marginal, moving around with their cattle. I mean, I can name a number of our tribal groups that could utilize these funds that continue to be so underdeveloped, that continue to cut around livestock diseases from place to place, areas where we actually need to improve on our livestock, particularly the indigenous breeds of livestock, given the fact that we are not able to manage the exotic animals to the extent that we are able to manage our own. There isn't much research that has gone on to improve our own breeds of livestock, yet there is money that is being wasted, that is not being followed up and implemented properly. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this law that was suggested to be introduced by the private member, we need to quicken it as one. It cannot be the only solution, but we need to quickly have this law in place, follow up, and get our heads of state to assent to it so that at least we can have a regulatory law that can help us also to penalize and hold accountable those who are messing around with our resources that are so needed. I mean, in the report, you even see countries that are struggling to pay their membership fees. There's even somewhere where they're talking about countries failing to pay something like $30,000. I don't think that that is failure, really, to pay $30,000. That includes my own country, Uganda. I think it's mentioning Uganda, Rwanda, and Burundi. I don't think that $30,000 is money that a country can fail to pay, that is standing and running. I think there must be other issues that need to be investigated. But nonetheless, our countries are not rich. It's a sacrifice to get this money to be paid to the East African community. There is no doubt that the donor funds are decreasing because of that reason, because of lack of trust, because of lack of confidence in us in terms of how we are using our resources. Therefore, I want to appeal to the EAC management, those who are in charge of managing resources, and to the Council of Ministers, our leaders here, to seriously look into the issues of management of resources. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mary. Honorable Kim.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And also, I stand up to support this report of Committee of Account, which is led by my brother, Honorable Dr. Magembe. Mine is 3 points because I will not go outside of the report. Honorable Speaker, I thank Secretariat this time, and they improve whether the report of the account or the report of the activities in the committee of the GP. And also I have to thank Secretary General for mobilize the donor money according to Treaty Article 71. I learned last month that he mobilized good money for the ESC, from African Development Bank. Why I like that one, while I was speaker, now our Secretary General immobilized the good money for this community. And also our partners said they're remitting the money for this community. And when I read the report, actually it's a very good report, and I hope the Council of Ministers will take this observation seriously and this recommendation and implement it. Because I realize that in the report, that is the issue of the short contract due to the institution review. This is a way of committing fraud in recruitment. So I have to urge the Council to speed up the review process. And also, if you look right on the speaker in page 55, in the report, expenditure without the contract with the supply, like what mentioned by my colleague, Honorable Mary before, that the Audit Commission reported during the period under review, audit reported that the payment was USD 48,032.7 were made to different internet service providers. These payments were made for internet service that were provided to public institutions in partner states, namely Zanzibar Food Drug and Cosmetic Board, ZFDB, Tanzania. So there are no contract in this regard. And that's why the auditing commission, because there are legal compliance, if this suppliers are not implement this contract without made the contract. So, right, Mr. Speaker, we have brought the money for remission from permanent state, and also our Secretary General are mobilized for the donors. So, if we are not implement and we mismanagement those amounts, so the donors will not support this community, and this community is a very important community in the African for us and even the world. They have to invest in our community. So I recommend and support this effort that our council should implement this recommendation which are made and observation we are made by the committee. I support and back.
Thank you. Honorable Kennedy, Mukuria.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak. I will not speak so much because I'm a member of the committee and we almost finished all our words to speak while we're in the committee. You'll understand that this is a committee that is made out of people who are very antagonistic, and that's why we take so many time to come to conclusion while in the committee. And the thoughts of this report reflects
I think by antagonism you mean everyone being desirous of coming up with a good product.
Yes, a good product, not a bad one.
Thank you.
Which is fit and proper. Right Honorable Speaker, if you read the whole report, it's only talking about irregularities, awards of contracts, and basically what we are looking at is that the irregularities are committed with an intention. If you look at procurement processes, you will see that we have certain companies that are there for EAC. I believe those are human beings probably in the EAC. For instance, Basa Furniture, there is a Mica computers that gave us even the honorable members of this house computers without hard drives. They are removed. If you look at your computers, they wrote their service by Mica. And it is the same company that has been mentioned severally in the report. You will see that the books we are carrying contain specific companies in the EAC. An example is also the loss of almost 49,900 through AAR procurement processes. They wait and delayed and then did some small things, and that caused a loss to the community.
Next is the use of the East African name in the East African Development Bank. We talked about this last time, but sincerely, we don't audit that bank. We don't do something to that bank, and yet it is an institution of the community. We find it very weird why this is happening. We do recommend that these issues are taken into consideration so that the East African Development Bank, as an organ or institution of the community, is audited. Right Honorable Speaker, there is also this issue of short-term contracts. Much as we say they are very helpful, but we realize that the process that is used, the recruitment process, was not that right. And it is hidden in the sense that the Institutional Review Commission has not completed its work. So in such a way, you find that contracts are given without following the financial rules and regulations. I suggest if the Council of Ministers could speed up and complete this process. They last time told us by November, and November is today. So I could expect an answer from them how far we have gone with that, so that we try to minimize some of those things. And I suggest that next time we don't need to see 3 volumes of books of audited accounts. The bigger the books, the bigger the problem. And it makes us sometimes look at the books and we fear even reading them ourselves. But we try to do much as possible. Right Honorable Speaker, I also suggest to members that as we speak, please let's not take almost 15 minutes, one person. Let's limit. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Honorable Kennedy, the management of how long we speak is mine. It's not yours. Yes, I had indicated the Honorable Muhirwa first, then I pick another order, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mine is about general comments about this report and about what have been said here. But before I go deeply in the report, let me first be thankful to the committee, especially for the committee chair, for the well done work. Mr. Speaker, sir, many issues have been raised here in relation to this report. The issues which have been raised here, they have been even raised yesterday. For the previous reports that we dealt with in last years. I was there in Eala at the end of the term. I saw how the mood was. It was not really friendly because we were raising the same issues that are being raised today. Mr. Speaker, sir, issues that have been raised here, even in the report of last year, were the same issues. These issues are about weaknesses at financial allocations, irregularities in procurement, irregularities for practices reported in almost all the institutions and the structures of the community, and so many issues about mismanagement, misuse of funds of the community, and so forth and so on. There is a colleague here who said that to say enough is enough to this issue, that we should come up with genuine operationalization of reforms. But this issue of reforms is not an issue of a single person. This should be the activity of a teamwork. The community, yes, indeed, has the boss, the secretariat. But under his authority, there are many departments. There are some other bosses, the staff. All these people have to be engaged so as to have genuine reforms. To operationalize these reforms, all the people really have to be engaged. Coming back to these issues, since I said that even in last years, it has been the same mood, because it has been revealed that even in 2012, it was the same story. In 2013, it was the same story. In 2014, it was the same story. In 2015, it was the same story. But the present Secretary General was not yet there. But the same issues are coming back. I may confirm that from those action days, there is a staff who was there and who is still here today to mean there is no willing of change as far as management issues are concerned. There is a colleague who said that there is an issue of non-implementation of different recommendations. Yes. Let us come up with this appeal to the Council that it's high time that we have genuine mechanisms on how we should be assessing how different recommendations are being implemented. Yes, that is a proposal that we should have mechanisms on assessing how different recommendations are being implemented. Otherwise, there is one who said that the Secretary General, as a father of the community, might be the hinder to the implementation of different recommendations. But again, there is a question that come up in my mind and say, who implement what on what level? Here, we have the issue of different personnel and the staff that we have here. The staff is being recruited on merit basis. This staff is being recruited either by the council through the Ad hoc Service Commission. Others are being recruited by HR. And when these people are being recruited, they know in advance their docket. They know in advance the terms of reference of such a particular job. And when they act beyond the contract, it's up to them to be accountable and responsible. And again, let us not say that the Secretary General is there to be responsible and accountable of things he did never do. Let us be fair judgment. Let us have the fair judgment.
Information.
Wait, I am moving forward.
Honorable Muhirwa.
Yes.
Certainly you can take information if you want or not, but you give me time to provide that opportunity for you to respond.
Thank you.
So you don't intercept the flow of... So Honorable Fancy, you want to move to provide information? So Honorable Muhirwa, do you want to take information?
Through your guidance, I take it.
No, I am not guiding you to take it. I'm not forcing you to take it. I'm saying you always wait until I do what I'm doing now. So are you willing to take information?
I take it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as a member of Accounts Committee, Secretary General, we say he is responsible because he is the official accounting officer of East African Community and all of his institutions. As I've said earlier, that he is the father, he is the leader. That's why whenever auditors are coming to audit East African Community, they first want to see him because he knows his house. He can recommend.
Yes, I think the information is understood now. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable
information.
Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Secretary General.
Right Honorable and members, indeed, the Secretary General is the accounting officer of the entire community for all organs institutions. However, I stand just to clarify that the father does not do shopping, in that sense that the Secretary General does not write TORs, is not a member of an evaluation committee for procurement, is not a member of the procurement committee. These are all things done by other people. The Secretary General does not have the right to sign a check, does not have the right to make a money transfer. These are tasks which are performed by other people. I stand to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary General. Honorable Muhirwa, can you proceed?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the information provided. But again, I am highly convinced in my understanding that since the staff is being recruited on merit basis, one should be accountable and responsible on ill doings than purposely, because no one is there to be responsible and accountable for issues he is not really responsible. And this really we have to have this fair judgment. Again, Mr. Speaker, sir, this issue that has been raised about transparency, it has been raised by a colleague here that by the time the committee was dealing by issues, they indeed had to invite some people to talk to, and maybe those people did refuse to talk in the presence of the media. Yes, indeed, it is a right for us members of the House to invite media, but again, during the activities of the committee, I think what we do is to collect data, information from here and there, and if the people to whom we are talking to is unwilling to talk in the presence of the media, for me, there is no need of creating this issue of suspicion for nothing, because either he may accept the media or not, but make sure that at the end of the day, the media will definitely be there, especially during the plenary, because whatever we do in committees have to be reported and be debated in the plenary in the presence of the media. So, again, Mr. Speaker, sir, the challenges that the growing community like EAC meets are two main challenges, because the community like EAC, which is getting bigger and bigger, we have to face such challenges in terms of management and whatever, because integration is a wide concept whereby some challenges have to be there, and again, it's up to us as members, as East Africans, to have this spirit of handling issues wisely, and again, to handle these issues as far as integration is concerned, we have to have this real spirit of being integrated. Because some challenges which are being observed are not only financial ones. There are some challenges in relation to the administration. We have to be the good preachers of we have to preach the rule of law in different institutions, in different structures of the community. Because by respecting the regulations, by respecting the law, by respecting the rules within the community, we will have to have a better place called EAC. Again, Mr. Speaker, sir, to come up maybe with vivid recommendations, let me appeal to the Council that it's high time we have a work analysis within the community. By doing this, such an exhaustive study about the work analysis, such a study will have to reveal to us where we have to put efforts. Such analysis will have to help us how to rebuild our community. Again, coming back to this issue in relation to mismanagement, misuse of funds, let us do an exhaustive study of who did what. Thereafter, we come up with strong punishment to those concerned people. Again, let me say that so as the people of the EAC may enjoy the fruits of integration, we have again to have the exhaustive study about job evaluation, job assessment, because it is really very sad to see some countries which are highly represented, whereas there are some countries which left behind, which are less represented. Mr. Speaker, sir, those were my submissions in relation to the report. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable Francoise, Honorable Susan, Honorable Alak, Honorable Bahati. Then I will proceed with another order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to talk in the front of this August Assembly. After going through the Account Committee report, I got many inspiration to look further in other EAC documents. It's the reason why I'm holding the procurement policies and the procedures manual for EAC. And then I went through some mechanisms of EAC Secretariat Management System because I have some knowledge about being a procurement member. I have done such, and I was trained by Rwanda Procurement, Public Procurement. So I looked at the procurement requisitioning system, the bidding process of EAC Secretariat, and EAC as organ general, the bid evaluation, the procurement review, and the contract award, and then solicitation of suppliers, and at the end, post-qualification. And what I found is that I may focus on just this last part of the agreement, post-qualification, standard operating procedure. I observed that the responsibility is, first of all, the head of procurement. And then there is the evaluation committee. Then head of procurement again. And lastly, SCG, together with the head of procurement, are there to give kind of last decision. And as far as steps are concerned, there is a start. There is a determination of the need for the post-qualification based on the bidding document only for goods and works. Then they confirm whether the lowest evaluated bidder is qualified technically, legally, solvency, etc. And there is a question if he or she was qualified or not. And then there is a no. And then sign contract with the bidder as per EAC SOP. And then the end. I was surprised to not see the role of the council to the community in this very, very last point of the procurement. And then, as far as the procurement policy is concerned, there are also stages of this. But the framework stated in the procurement policies, this document, is not well followed. So this is the reason why all the mismanagement we are having here within this report of the account committee, I rise to thank the chairperson of the account committee and the committee as a whole for the work well done, but still some gaps were observed. Something were missing because I went through the report and I realized that, for instance, page 5, procurement processes in the EAC organs and institutions contravene the procurement procedures. Gross irregularities were noted in recruitment and award of short-term contract, a process that contravenes staff rules and regulations, and even their treaty. This is a big, I can say, fault for the community, contravening the treaty, first of all. What is the role of the treaty in this community? The person here, we are running kind of impunity in this community. So it is time. Many members said enough is enough. I'm giving some other examples. What is missing in the account committee report is the way forward to avoid going back with the same recommendations. This is the action. And the action implies also the role of CTC, counsel to the community. He's not around, but we have been together, and I think his role should be highlighted here, and then going ahead with a kind of punishment. If it is there, it's okay. But me, I would like to take measures as member of the Assembly to implement the final stage to overcome those issues. Page 8, qualified opinion on the account of the EAC Secretariat. This is really a shame for EAC as ISO certified organ and governed by the quality management standards. It's a shame for all of us, Eala members. We are legislators. We are here for oversight. We are here to represent the population. What are we saying in our functions right now? Almost 1 year. We are member of parliament. We are just running bills. We are going to create other bills, laws, but you are not focusing on the implementation of the bills already, even not assent to. Very important bills. We were dealing with the forest management last time with just a motion brought to us by Honorable Kasamba, but the bill itself was not assented to. It's there lying on the table in a given office, in a given partner state, I don't know where it was not even identified. And then review of procurement and contract management all over the report. I give some examples. Page 21, EAC Secretariat. Irregularities noted in the procurement of computers. Use of inappropriate procurement method. This is intentionally. Inappropriate method. No one lacks that skills to apply what at least he or she has learned from the school. If he is not coached or guided by the concerned personalities. Bids were submitted after opening date. This is normally a case to go to the court. Evaluation of bids beyond the bid validity period. Prolong the delayed award of the procurement. And the same issues applies for Easteco, part 139. Let's go there for Easteco, and then we read some paragraphs so that you can highlight the issues. 139. We are there. Irregular procurement of air ticketing services. The Audit Commission reported that a review of the payments for air tickets revealed that during the year under audit, Easteco was procuring air ticketing services from International Travel Agency, ITA, even after it had been disqualified at the administrative compliance stage, and with whom where was no contract. Where was no contract. This is a big issue. And then you can have some review of procurement cases at page 99, 117, page 131, and so on. The list is not exhausted. And then, according to the EAC procurement policies and the procedures manual, the requisition evaluation by the head of procurement, who received the requisition from the originating unity, should be in conformity with the following principles: value for money, fairness, integrity, and transparency. They go together. Effective competition, the interest of EAC. I'm wondering, when they talk about interest of EAC, what EAC means for them. Because the results, the outcomes, the impact is not really showing that EAC is considered as one people, one destiny, people-centered approach. Efficient, effective, and transparent public procurement must be viewed as the responsibility of all stakeholders, as mentioned by Honorable Jean-Marie. Unfortunately, he's not around. It's all of us responsibilities. So the reason why I'm recalling our functions as Member of Parliament. These include the procurement entities, the suppliers, as well as the funders and the beneficiaries of the procurement, who are the people of East African community. It must be viewed within a continuously changing climate where best practices are continuously identified and implemented. We should go for best practices. Honorable members and Mr. Speaker, sir, I was very shocked when Honorable Abdul Kadir was moving a motion after your question. Those who were willing for the Honorable to seek a leave. And many said yes, nay, but there was some
Honorable Member, just focus on the voting of the outcome. We normally don't take issue with how members vote. We just carry forward the decision of the Assembly. So you desist from pursuing that line of argument.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm happy that you understood.
The Speaker always understands.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
EAC success in general and Eala success in particular will be measured by the extent to which the public can see a significant increase in the quality of service delivery and achieve value for money. And the council to the community also should be involved and be answerable for this. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, sir, my conclusion is that the SG for EAC, by being the overall budget manager for the community, is the most answerable person. And definitive measures, council chair, should be taken in accordance with this to allow the community to prosper, not to collapse as it used to be. So we need the community to continue. The people of EAC are not aware of what is happening in this August House, but they will learn if we don't correct ourselves. Thank you very much. I support the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Francois. Put your microphone off. I already had indicated the order of speaking. Honorable Susan, I will come to you later on.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, allow me to declare that I'm a member of the Accounts Committee. Allow me also to thank this great Accounts Committee for the job that is well done. Right Honorable Speaker, as a committee, we were forced to work until very late in order to come up with this kind of report. And I know many people don't take this for granted. I want to also appreciate Council. One thing I know is you give credit where it's due. It would be wrong for me or for anyone to say that Council has done nothing. I know Council has done something and is still doing something. I also want to thank the Secretariat for the job the Secretariat is doing. We really appreciate. I know for the first time the East African community passed the fiduciary risk assessment, and that came out of hard work. So we appreciate at least the milestones. But I would say this good that has been done by Council and Secretariat is not yet good enough. That's why members are decrying the Council and the Secretariat to do more than what has so far been done. If you're able to do more, then we'll have much less queries from the Audit Commission. Right, Honorable Speaker, with all the audit queries that have been raised in the audit report, there is one thing that I've realized as a problem, and this problem is that our current structure has no effective system to reprimand and discipline errant officers of the community. This is still a big challenge. For example, Right Honorable Speaker, there are times when Council has really taken action when there is impropriety. But after they take action again, the issues that follow are heartbreaking. Because I remember very well a scenario where one officer, whose name I will not mention, misused the community furniture. Council was swift, they took action. But that action was not deterrent, because after the staff was fired, again, Council, being the politicians they are, they sat and they decided this staff still had a running contract of 2 years, so we should pay him for the remaining term of the contract. And we should give him gratuity. Really, Council, I don't know whether to thank you so much for the job well done, or to say you're still lacking and you're displaying the kind of politicians you are. There's also another scenario where a staff was working under the East African community but using forged academic papers. This was an accountant. After the Audit Commission unearthed the fact that the papers were fake, again, Council took action, a very good action, and decided to terminate this staff. But again, I don't know if it was a demon or what, Council again said this staff still had a running contract, so we should give her a salary equivalent to the remaining part of the contract, plus gratuity to thank her for a job well done of being a fraudster. There's another scenario, just to mention but a few. Another staff who issued blank receipts for accountability of an activity. Then Council sat, of course, as usual, to reprimand the staff. And Council said, okay, yeah, we know since these are blank receipts, they are fake. So all you can do for now, refund the money, $65,000, and then we are good to go. The staff looked for the money, refunded, and it continued as business as usual. And now that was still very heartbreaking. Recently, after we tabled this report, again, as usual, management decided to take action. But I've come still to understand after management took action, some individuals again went to confront management. This is our person. How could you touch our person? Those are not my words. Our person. I don't know if it's a thief or otherwise. But Right Honorable Speaker, this shouldn't be the way to go. When I look at this audit report, 95% of the queries raised are on procurement issues. And so among the staff who were reprimanded was the procurement officer. And it's that staff who is being defended. I find this obscene, if we can go ahead to defend people with such a record. Even in the Accounts Committee, when we discussed some of this stuff, there were members who were called by individuals and were told, we are so disappointed in you. How would you join a team that is reprimanding a person from your partner state? And this is a very, very bad habit, and it should stop henceforth. Council, this should begin from you. We respect you very much. You're doing a good job, but we want a better job from you. Right Honorable Speaker, my other issue is on the time we had as a committee. we really had very little time. Even when we were going through the final report, we could not be able to go through the report. So there are some things that we did not notice in the first place to correct that would please allow me to correct, at least so that we have a proper record. When you go to page 15 of the audit report, the first item there is irregular reallocation of funds. Honorable Speaker, among the queries that were raised by the Audit Commission, there was money amounting to $1,342,650, which was reallocated from personal emoluments to recruit staff. When Council of Ministers sat in their 35th Council, Extraordinary Council, they made a directive, which was Directive number 62, asking Secretariat to reallocate funds within their budget to recruit staff because there's no budget for that recruitment. The Secretariat went ahead and identified the money and reallocated to that activity. Now, we had an issue because under Regulation 19 of the Financial Rules and Regulations, the regulation requires that we can, 19.3, it requires that no funds can be reallocated from the personal emoluments budget. And the money reallocated was from that budget. So it was because of that background that then the committee had come up with the recommendation, actually which would have been different, that the Assembly has to approve all reallocations. However, when you look at Regulation 20 of the ESA Financial Rules and Regulations, the job of approving reallocations is Council of Ministers, not the Assembly. So I beg that we expand that part and replace our recommendation as that we recommend to Council of Ministers to ensure that management complies fully with the ESA Financial Rules and Regulations.
Information, Honorable Rose.
I'll take it. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to inform my colleague that we have the Budget Act, which gives powers of appropriation to the Assembly, not the Council. So that recommendation was made on the basis that the Budget Act of the East African Community defines the roles of this Assembly in terms of the budget process and therefore the responsibilities that are allotted to especially Parliament. So for that matter, I want to request my colleague that we don't expand that recommendation, but leave it as it is, because it is based on the legal framework, that's the Budget Act, which takes precedence over the financial rules and regulations. I beg to submit that, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Susan, I should have asked you whether you needed that information, but you pronounce yourself about it.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I respect Honorable Rose when it comes to issues of auditing, because I know that's her background. And also I trust myself when it comes to the issues of the law, because it's also my background. Regulation 20, sub-regulation 3, actually the whole of regulation 20 provides for the review, approval of reallocations, and then the supplementary budgets. Now when you go to 3, the Secretary General shall review, consolidate, and recommend all proposals for reallocation. And that is to the Council of Ministers. Now, our job as an Assembly is when it comes to issues of budgeting, passing the budget, and then the supplementary budget. Now, this is particularly on reallocation. Reallocation is different from the supplementary budget, because this was money that we had already appropriated as the Assembly, and now it was moved from that vote to another vote. So apparently, what was at fault was the fact that this money was intended for emoluments, and the rules refuse the Secretariat from reallocating personal emoluments. Much as we were given an explanation actually by management when we had an interaction with them, we were told that this money had been budgeted for staff, but those staff members were not recruited. So the money was there and was supposed to be sent back to the reserve fund since the staff had not been recruited. And that's why they decided to reallocate that particular vote. But our conclusion was like, yes, even if that money was redundant, two wrongs don't make a right. This is not the money you're supposed to reallocate because the financial rules and regulations that govern expenditure in the community do not allow shifting such money which is intended for emoluments. Right Honourable Speaker, that takes me to...
Let me be advised here. So, your request is to amend the report. So, no matter, how do we proceed under the circumstances? Because it is a new situation to me. When there is a request to amend the report and members don't seem to agree on it, sorry? Okay, Honourable Susan, the report your proposal remains on the table, and you will put it in writing. The chair will respond, and because I know it is a contentious issue, depending on what the chair will, what the response will be, I will create a mechanism for members to deliberate on it.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Actually, even when you look at the audit report itself, the query that was raised by the Audit Commission was the bit that you cannot reallocate monies intended for emoluments, for personal emoluments. That's what was raised by the Audit Commission. Honourable Speaker, my other issue is on the relationship that exists between the Audit Commission and the management. Honourable Speaker, when we had our interactions between the committee and the Audit Commission, I realized that there were things that were not auguring well when it comes to the relationship of these two institutions. When Honourable Fancy said that the Secretary General did not attend the exit meeting, I also actually had it when the chair of the Audit Commission raised it. And I took time and asked the Director of Finance, because I was disturbed how the Secretary General would not attend the exit meeting. When I talked to the Director of Finance, he told me that the Secretary General attended. So I was wondering who is not telling us the truth. So I asked one of the other Auditors General to confirm.
Honourable Gideon, what is it?
I want to move a motion. Yes, I got about time. Yeah.
Hold on, I will give you time.
Thank you. So I took trouble to ask another Auditor General about that I have better information. And then that other Auditor General said that actually the Secretary General attended the exit meeting. So I was a bit confused why two different Auditors General had different positions. Right Honourable Speaker, there is also somewhere where I found a problem where the Auditors General actually didn't help us. There are two issues where I found like the Auditors General did not do their job very well. There was an audit query on a project that was funded by the African Union, which is under the IBA. It's called the IBA project, where the EAC Secretariat received a grant of $356,000 in March of 2016, and this was intended for implementation of action for reinforcing veterinary governance in Africa. Now, according to the Audit Commission, they could not confirm the propriety and validity of the expenditure that was done of $178,761, and also they could not confirm the transfer of $117,000 back to IBA in Nairobi. And then the reasoning of the Audit Commission was that the Secretariat had availed photocopied, certified copies of the original receipts instead of the original receipts themselves. Right, Honorable Speaker, according to the management response, the management actually informed us, and it's also part of the audit report, that the grant agreement that they signed with the African Union states that original copies are a property of the AU IBA in Nairobi. Right, Honorable Speaker, this office is in Nairobi. It's in Westlands. And I know the chair of the Audit Commission resides in Nairobi. I know the Audit Commission had 90 days to do this audit. I was wondering why the Audit Commission could not do that extra due diligence to find out from IBA in Nairobi whether it's true they could not give the original receipts, but they instead could only give certified copies of the original. Because now it left us as a committee with no option but to ask council to go and find out. And I know this is not necessarily the job of council, it should have been the job of the Audit Commission, so they give us concrete information. And maybe if they had done so, this audit query would not have arisen. I've talked to some people who've worked with African Union. They know that African Union would never give you their original receipts because they also need them for accountability. So they'll do a certified copy for you. At least I did that extra work. But the Audit Commission could not do that, right, Honorable Speaker. And then there is also another issue.
Honorable Susan, if I can interrupt you a bit. You see, the reason business of the House are transacted through a committee is for the committee to digest issues so that you assist those who have not been with you in the committee. Because practically, the entire assembly cannot be dealing with the same issue. So you do it on our behalf. So I have difficulties when certain issues that logically should have been resolved in the committee are left hanging by the members from the committee in their debate. For example, the issue of whether there was or not exit meeting. The committee met both the auditors and those who were being audited. So how does it not get resolved? And the issue of who keeps the document. The auditors came to you, and those who were audited came to you. What is the answer? I think this is what the debate is expecting. Because if we are here to blame the Audit Commission or any other person without telling us what they told you about that issue and the conclusion you formed on that, then you are not helping the House. Yes. Because the Audit Commission came to the committee, and every budget agency came to the committee. So what we are expecting from the honorable members who sit in the committee is what you were told and the conclusion you formed. Because if you debate in the fashion of leaving issues, then are we going to create another activity to resolve those issues? Yes. I do not intend to create a debate about this, but I was asking Honorable Susan, unless you don't have that information. So if you do, this is what we expect. Because the debate is coming through in the manner of framing issues. But the duty of the committee is to resolve issues, not to frame issues. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I don't know if you didn't just hear me. in my explanation.
Is it just me who didn't hear properly, maybe? Yes, I may be wrong in my listening.
Clarification,
Honorable
Mr. Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that the executive members of this House will have an opportunity to reply to the debate. And I think that in the kind manner of Honorable Susan Nakauchi, is to really seem to be speaking for the executive. And I think that you have, and Honorable Susan is a member of this committee. You have given us a report, and we are taking issues as they are in the report. So any answers to do with what the members have raised, I think that we should give a chance to the executive desk to actually react to what we are saying. That's my observation, Mr. Speaker.
What I meant, for the two issues I gave as an example, and if I was a member of that committee, I would have called the Audit Commission and the Secretariat and asked them, did this meeting take place or not?
Clarification?
Or I would have asked, who keeps these documents? Who keeps the original and who keeps the copy? So that when the committee comes to us, we have the opinion of the committee. And you don't have to agree with them. Finally, you are the ones who decide what to tell the Assembly.
Clarification?
But I think it should end there, Honorable.
Procedure.
Proceed, Honorable.
Information. Procedure.
I hope, let me be clear. I hope indeed, if you stand on a point of procedure, it is going to be a point of procedure, not trying to circumvent the position I have taken to guide the debate. Honorable Ross.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I did not want to stand up on this matter, but I think I have to guide the House through a procedural matter. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm a member of this committee. All through our interrogation of this report, we had the Audit Commission with us. Several questions which members wanted to put before the Audit Commission, members had all the liberty and all the time to put these questions before the Audit Commission. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, is it therefore procedural right for a honorable member who is a member of this committee, the Accounts Committee, to come here and discredit an Audit Commission that is not even a member to this House, who will not even have an opportunity to answer for themselves? To discredit this Audit Commission that is composed of Auditor Generals of our member state countries for only issues that should have been clarified before the committee when we had all the opportunity. Is the member procedurally right, Right Honorable Speaker? Are we moving procedurally in the right direction?
Honorable Rose, I didn't, and I don't think there is anything procedurally wrong in terms of how the member appreciates the answers they were given by whoever they interacted with. My issue was that the debate should not come, especially from committee members, to frame issues. They should come to provide the opinions of the committees. I didn't say a member should come here to praise whatever anybody told them when they came to the committee. You could disagree with them. And I wouldn't call it discrediting them. I was just saying, you put us, the rest of us who don't sit in the committee, in a difficult position when your debate from the committee members come in terms of framing issues instead of telling us how you resolved those or the conclusions you formed on those issues. That was my argument. But you will continue, Honorable Susan. And Honorable members, there is a member who wanted to move a motion, but I want to tell you that we anticipated, myself and the Office of the Clerk, and I think rightly so, that this subject was not going to be debated in one day. So our planning was such that it will spill over to the next day of sitting. So we may not need to extend the time.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to first of all set the record straight. I'm not discrediting anyone. I'm not discrediting the Audit Commission. But where I feel that there is a weakness on their part, I have a right to talk about it. Honorable members, I'm not raising issues here, but my concern was because in the recommendation of the committee, we are recommending for council to verify this position that we have. Because the Audit Commission told us, for them they wanted original receipts. Management came, told us they could only get certified copies from Nairobi of the receipts because IBA could not give them original receipts. And my opinion is...
And the committee didn't have enough time to verify. Yes, I am assuming. Isn't
information?
You didn't have enough time to verify that.
Information.
Because that is what I think is the situation, which is why you are recommending to the council to verify.
Thank you.
Otherwise, you would have been the ones to verify. Yeah.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I was expecting to speak at the end on this issue. The position is the following. The query stands as it was given by the auditors. But what the Honourable Susan is trying to articulate is the feeling that most of us had in the committee that there was some friction between the management and the commission. But the issue with respect to the query stands as it was. The query stands that the management did not provide the original receipts to the audit commission. Story closed.
Thank you. Please spend the remaining minutes.
Information.
Honorable Secretary General, Honorable Susan, you are taking the information from the.
Okay, I'll take it.
Honorable members, I just want to give you a small information which may help in this particular case. I would like to inform the members that we received a letter from AU, and we shared that letter with the auditors, the auditors general. That letter said that they can go to Nairobi, to AU IBAR offices, and get the original copies of the invoices. So in January, we did inform the Audit Commission that they can go and see the original copies. And I would like to precise that the report was signed, if I'm not mistaken, in April. So as management, we did not quite well understand why the Audit Commission did not go to see this, did not actually go to the office of IBAR in Nairobi, because the IBAR made it clear that they cannot release original copies, and they did this in writing. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary General. When we resume, it will be Honorable Susan on the floor, because she hasn't concluded her debate. The House is adjourned until Tuesday 6 at 2:30.